Hunting Hollywood. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 51 Finale. Simon listened to Peter Butler with a smile and said, "Peter, this should be enough for you to write a press release about me, right?" Peter Butler naturally heard Simon's subtext and nodded, but said, "Of course, but this makes me more curious about you." "Huh? First of all, your last name," Peter Butler began to get to the point, saying, "Simon, was my judgment in the original article correct? Is this an original word?" Simon admitted, "Yes. I've checked a lot of information and even called some professors at my alma mater, but they didn't give an answer." Peter Butler said, "So, does the word Westeros have any special meaning?" Simon shook his head honestly and said, "Sorry, I can't say." Peter Butler didn't expect that what should have been the simplest question would be rejected by Simon, and subconsciously asked, "Why?" "No reason, I just can't say," Simon said, "and I don't want to make up a reason to perfunctorily deal with you." Peter Butler was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, then, the second question, Simon, where are you from? This also puzzles me. I called your agent, but he was unwilling to disclose it. I also couldn't find this information from other channels." Simon didn't mean to hide it this time, but asked first, "Peter, I need to confirm again, the article about me and Lola Run must be released after next year's Sundance Film Festival, right?" Peter Butler nodded and said, "Of course." Simon began to tell everything. Then, "The matter is very simple. I am from San Francisco. I am an orphan and grew up in a children's welfare home in San Jose. Last year I entered Stanford to study computer science. 2 months later, I was sent to a mental hospital and treated there for 9 months. After being discharged from the hospital, I came to Los Angeles. You know what happened next." Although he went to Watsonville to get his medical records back, Simon was not so secretive about his past. After all, if he had always been unknown, it would not matter if these things were known by others. On the contrary, if he becomes a public figure in the future, it would be better to confess to a media reporter he knows, rather than being caught off guard by some media digging up his past. This would also make the whole thing a little more controllable. Peter Butler was stunned again when he heard Simon say this. Although Simon's narration was very concise, there was no doubt that the amount of information was really a bit large. After being stunned for a moment, Peter Butler quickly grasped a small key. "Simon, if I understand correctly, you should be 19 years old this year. To be precise, 18 years old. At the age of 18, he got a screenwriter contract of up to $200,000 from Fox Film." Peter Butler felt that his brain cells were completely insufficient today. He turned around reluctantly and asked, "So, does Fox know your age?" Simon shook his head. "I don't know. Americans do not have ID cards. This is not because the national system or the differences in state laws cannot achieve a unified identity. The main reason is to protect privacy. When Roosevelt implemented the Social Security number system, it was barely passed after he assured Congress that the Social Security number would not involve personal privacy at all." Simon signed a contract with Fox, and although he provided information such as Social Security number and credit card, it was also to ensure that he would receive the contract fee. As for his personal information, he was not an actor and did not need to tell the other party. In fact, even actors often conceal their age in Hollywood. Peter Butler calmed down again. 18 years old. When he was 18 years old, he had just entered college. The guy in front of him, 18 years old, has already started directing his first movie. Peter Butler carefully observed the whole afternoon yesterday. The shooting of Lola Run was not at all a hobby. Simon's deployment and control of the entire crew was not like an 18-year-old boy at all. Oh, right. He also served as the photographer himself. This should not be a job that an 18-year-old young man can undertake, but the entire crew had no objection to this, which shows that he has been recognized in this regard. God, what kind of guy did he meet? The waiter brought lunch at this time, and Peter Butler simply paused for a moment. After the waiter left, the two men took a few bites of food before Peter Butler spoke again. However, He did not continue the topic of Simon's past. If necessary, he would rather verify it in person. Simon, let's talk about the movie. As for the butterfly effect, it is indeed a very interesting name. I also made some guesses about the plot. How many points were I right? 1 point, Simon said with a smile. This is indeed a script that is very suitable for director De Palma. In addition, your other guesses in that article are completely incorrect. Moreover, I can't reveal more to you. This is stipulated in the confidentiality clause of the contract. Peter Butler expressed his understanding, and then said, then what about Run Lola Run? Simon thought for a while and said, Run Lola Run is a non-traditional anti-type movie, an exploration of the countless possibilities of life. In addition, I made this movie to annotate the term butterfly effect. From the beginning, many people have been telling me that the term butterfly effect is too obscure, and Fox has thought about changing the name of the movie. However, if audiences watch Run Lola Run in the future, they will definitely fully understand the meaning of butterfly effect. Peter Butler said, it sounds like an art film. It depends on your definition of an art film, Simon said. If you think that all movies other than commercial films are art films, then it is. However, Run Lola Run will be a very interesting movie. Peter Butler probed, can you reveal some details? Simon smiled and said, you should have taken a photo of the heroine yesterday, right? I think that's enough. As for the content, if you are interested, I can save a movie ticket for you at Sundance. Peter Butler heard Simon's refusal to reveal the details of the film and stopped asking. It is something that every filmmaker will do to keep the plot secret before the film is released. He didn't have high expectations in the first place, so he just nodded and said, that's it. The two continued to chat about some things, had lunch, sent Peter Butler away, and Simon returned to Fox Studios to continue editing. Due to sufficient and detailed advance planning, the next 2 weeks of filming went smoothly. This continued until November 14th. Friday. Outside Roger Griffin's supermarket on 25th Street in Santa Monica, the time was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing the third take of the last shot, Simon turned off the camera and made an okay gesture to everyone as everyone in the crew waited with bated breath. A month and a half of busy work finally came to an end. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and soon, applause began to ring out around them, accompanied by loud cheers. Simon handed the camera to the assistant director beside him, and hugged everyone one by one to express his gratitude. Janet took out a camera from somewhere, motioned everyone to gather at the entrance of the supermarket, and handed the camera to Roger Griffin, the fat supermarket owner, and also came up and squeezed next to Simon. Roger Griffin smiled and looked for an angle and pressed the shutter neatly. The street was still closed at this time, and the crew could not be busy for too long. After taking the group photo, they quickly started to clean up the scene. More than half an hour later, the street was reopened to traffic again. A wrap-up party was also prepared in the evening, which was arranged at Simon's house. Everyone returned to simply pack up and rest, and then rushed to his house. Simon stayed until the end as usual. After most people left, he walked into the supermarket and had quickly resumed business and handed a check to Roger Griffin, who was standing behind the cashier. Roger didn't waste time and neatly put the check away. Looking at Simon, the middle-aged fat man was somewhat sighing and said, it's unbelievable. A few months ago, when I heard that you were going to make a movie, I thought you were daydreaming. Sometimes people always have to be a little bit daydreamy. Simon smiled and said, there's a party at my house tonight. Roger, are you coming? I don't have time. Roger shook his head very melancholy, looking like he was busy with all kinds of things, and said, I still have to watch the store. The two stood by the cashier and chatted for a while. Simon was about to say goodbye, but he unexpectedly saw Courteney Cox walking in from the store. The girl was still habitually holding a bunch of things with her bare hands. Seeing Simon, Courtney's eyes flashed, but she still nodded at him with a smile, and went straight to the cashier here and greeted him, Hi, Simon. Simon also responded with a smile, still don't like using a cart. It feels troublesome. Courtney's tone became a little more lively when she heard Simon mention this, and said, I saw you were filming a movie here, how is the progress? Simon said, just finished filming. Courtney took out money from her wallet, handed it to Roger who was looking between the two of them, and said with a smile, oh, congratulations. What about you? Simon asked, I heard that you participated in, a movie produced by Canon Pictures. He-Man, the Master of the Universe. Courtney said, putting everything into a convenience bag, holding it in her arms, and said, "It should be pretty good, but it will have to wait until next summer to be released." Seeing that Courtney was about to leave, Simon greeted Roger and walked out of the supermarket with a girl. After saying goodbye to Courtney on the street, Simon walked towards the parking lot not far away. Janet and Kathryn were already preparing for the evening party at his house. Simon also had to go to the rental company in person to confirm that all props were returned to the warehouse. Chapter 52 Christmas Eve. After the film was finished, Simon began to focus on the post-production of the film. Next year's Sundance Film Festival will start on January 16th, and starting from November 14th, there will be only 2 months left for the post-production of Run Lola Run. During the filming of the film, Simon got along very well with most of the crew members, and agreed to work together again if there was a chance in the future. However, in order to save money, Simon immediately disbanded the crew after the filming. In the following days, only Kathryn and Janet stayed with Simon to assist him in the post-production. Simon only hired other people behind the scenes. Although he was so careful in calculation, in fact, since Simon was responsible for a lot of work such as photographers, editors, and composers in the original budget, the production funds of Run Lola Run were actually very sufficient. Janet made a special calculation, and the result was that the budget of $650,000 might not even be $600,000 in the end. However, Simon did not spend lavishly because of this. For a movie to be successful, excellent production is one aspect, and post-production publicity is equally important. Simon had never thought of doing the promotion of Run Lola Run alone without other film companies. This was simply unrealistic for him now. However, the extra tens of thousands of dollars would definitely be of great use in the future promotion process. Since editing had already begun during the production process, Simon only took 2 weeks to complete the rough cut of the film after the filming was completed. In December, while continuing the fine editing, Simon also began to work on the soundtrack of Run Lola Run. The soundtrack style of Run Lola Run is mainly fast-paced electronic music. Although Simon can complete the composition, the specific music recording still needs to be completed by a professional band. WMA also represents a very large group of musicians, and Simon did not encounter much obstacles in this regard. Being so busy, time unknowingly came to the end of the year. Montana District, outside the villa where Simon lives. Today is December 23rd. Kathryn parked the car on the side of the road and came to the door of the villa. Just as she was about to ring the doorbell, the door happened to open. Simon and another slightly fat man in his early 30s appeared at the door, chatting in a low voice. Nodding to Simon, Kathryn said hello to the man again. "Good afternoon, John. I didn't expect you to come here today." The man named John was carrying a briefcase, and he smiled and nodded. "Yes, Ms. Bigelow, I was just about to say goodbye. Besides, tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Happy holidays." Kathryn also said, "You too, happy holidays." With that, Kathryn and Simon sent the man to the roadside together, and watched him drive away before entering the villa together. Last month, several inserted animations in Run Lola Run were also completed. There were no problems with other things. However, Simon was not satisfied with the 2D animation effect of the crowd gathering at the beginning to form the title of Run Lola Run, and planned to use 3D technology to redo it. In this era, there are not many companies that make 3D animations. After some inquiries, Simon finally contacted a 3D animation studio in San Francisco, which is also very famous, called Pixar. The man who just left was John Lasseter, the vice president of Pixar. Pixar was originally the animation department of Lucasfilm. George Lucas was implicated in a divorce case and had to sell his assets. Coincidentally, Steve Jobs, who founded Next Computer after leaving Apple, was very interested in Pixar, so he bought the company at the beginning of this year. Jobs originally hoped that Pixar's animation production technology could promote the sales of Next's graphics computers, but the reality was not satisfactory. In order to maintain Pixar's operations, the studio had to accept orders such as animated advertisements. Simon agreed with Pixar on a 10-second 3D title production plan at the beginning of the month, and John Lasseter just delivered the finished product in person. Walking into the living room, Kathryn saw a pile of materials, drawings and the like scattered on the coffee table. She naturally went forward to tidy them up and said, "I'm going back to San Francisco soon, and you?" Simon sat casually on the armrest of the sofa, watching the woman busy, enjoying the feeling, and said with a smile, "Or, take me home, and you can introduce me to her in any way you want." Kathryn rolled her eyes at Simon and said, "Jenny wanted to take you back to Australia a few days ago, why didn't you go?" "I'm afraid of flying. I'm taking a plane this time too, I just didn't buy the ticket last time." "Oh, it seems, suddenly I'm not so afraid anymore." Kathryn listened to Simon's rogue tone, raised the documents in her hand and patted him on the knee, then continued to organize them. However, after hesitating for a moment, the woman still whispered, You really want to go back with me?" Simon felt that Kathryn's tone was getting serious, and his face flushed slightly. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm not ready. Christmas is a day for Western families to reunite." Simon knew that he was far from going home with Kathryn, and it would be too abrupt to do so. Imagining that Simon might be alone tomorrow night, Kathryn had softened her heart. Hearing his refusal, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little lost. Avoiding her gaze from the little man next to her, Kathryn put the organized documents on the coffee table and said, "Then, I may not be back until after the new year." "Understood," Simon nodded, and solemnly reminded, "Also, don't pay attention to the people next to you chatting up on the plane." Kathryn glared at Simon, but with a smile on her lips. "Do you think everyone else is as shameless as you?" Janet returned to Australia a few days ago. After sending Kathryn away, Los Angeles seemed to be suddenly empty. "I was recently doing audio editing, but I didn't have any work the next day. Most people were resting, and I was still in the studio, which seemed a bit too desolate. I was busy all morning, decorating the villa inside and out like other houses, even putting colorful lights on the roof, and bought a Christmas tree. I did receive a few calls inviting him to spend Christmas together, but I declined them all. In the afternoon, I drove to the street market again to buy things, and also took the time to visit the motel where I stayed when I first arrived in Los Angeles, and brought a box of pumpkin pie to the Spanish old man. The old man's children have already started families, and they just spent the holiday with his wife. They were very pleased to see him coming, saying that they were looking forward to his movie. They opened the box of pumpkin pie on the spot to taste it and praised it repeatedly. So I joked that the pumpkin pie was left over from Halloween. Seeing the old man's suspicious look, he wanted to vomit but didn't, so I quickly changed my words. Speaking of which, the 2 extra-large pumpkins from Halloween were not wasted. They were sent to be processed into pumpkin pies and distributed to everyone in the crew. This box was naturally bought from the store. It was very fresh. I stayed in the motel for more than an hour, chatting with the old man, playing guitar, and then went home. Until dark. But I only prepared a very simple dinner, alone. I don't like to waste. After filling my stomach, I watched TV for a while out of boredom, and simply hid in the piano room again, sitting next to the Steinway piano that Janet sent, and ding-dong-donging to think about the last part of the soundtrack of Run Lola Run. In fact, the soundtrack has been completed, I am very satisfied with it, and I don't plan to modify it. I'm just killing time. Ding-ding-dong-dong, ding-ding-dong-dong. At a certain moment, I suddenly remembered the idea at the party at Brian's house that night. That movie. An old gangster, carefully maintaining his business, carefully guarding his few brothers, occasionally fantasizing about retiring, growing old, and moving to an inconspicuous Pacific Island country to see the seaweed that only glows once a year. Suddenly he met the woman he loved. But he held on. Insisted that I was alone, but not lonely. How could I not be lonely? Ding-ding-dong-dong, ding-ding-dong-dong. At 10 o'clock, I finally decided to take a break, but the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding-dong, ding-dong. It should be an illusion. But the ringing continued. The illusion should not last that long. So I left the piano room. Opened the door. Janet Johnston stood outside the door gracefully, wearing a belly-exposing t-shirt, short shorts, fluffy blonde hair, a red face, 2 straight white long legs, and pink flat shoes. Like a Barbie doll. Seeing him in a daze, she habitually fluttered her long eyelashes, stared at him with bright eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Little boy, were you thinking that whoever knocks on your door at this time must be your girlfriend?" He shook his head, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "No, it's too risky to think so. It would be bad if it was a man." She also laughed. Then, she raised her arms. "Come, hug me." Without hesitation, Simon stepped forward and hugged the woman's light body. It was cold to the touch. So he felt a little pity and pretended to scold, "It's winter now. Are you doing performance art by wearing like this?" Janet stuck to the man and felt warm, but she was not willing to be outdone. "You are so stupid, it's summer in Australia." As she said this, a wallet fell from Janet's hot pants pocket to the ground with a click. Simon looked down and saw a passport and plane ticket scattered out of the wallet, but he ignored these things and carried the woman directly to her bedroom. He wrapped Janet in a blanket, picked out a few clothes from her closet and handed them to her, then ran to boil some water. After a busy period, Janet changed her clothes, held a cup of hot cocoa, and still sat on the bed, looking very satisfied. Simon sat down on the bed, looked at the woman, and asked, "Why did you come here at this time?" "I'm worried that you'll be too lonely alone." "Look at me." Simon smiled and said, "I've always been alone. It's okay. But you, suddenly running out on Christmas, your parents will definitely be sad." Janet's heart tightened inexplicably when she heard Simon casually say that he had always been alone. She reached out and touched his cheek, saying, "I've already seen my mother. As for the old man, he won't be sad. What's more, there are a lot of people with him. It doesn't matter if I'm missing." Simon turned his face to the side and poked Janet's palm with his stubble, saying, "Your family is quite big." Janet retracted her hand and said, "Yes, I have 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers, and I'm the only girl in the family. So, if you bully me in the future, you will be beaten badly." Simon smiled and said, "Well, it's not certain who'll beat whom." Janet rolled her eyes at him, finished her hot cocoa, handed the empty cup to Simon, and said, "I heard the sound of the piano when I was at the door. Are you playing the piano?" Simon put the cup aside and nodded. Janet suddenly became interested and raised her hand to Simon. "Carry me over, I suddenly want to hear you play the piano." Simon saw that the woman had already thrown herself into his arms, so he reached out to catch her, but said, "You have changed your clothes, can you walk by yourself?" Janet clung to Simon. "It's troublesome to put on shoes, hurry up." Simon had to pick up Janet again, went to the piano room, put her on the bench, and sat down himself. Sitting down at the piano, Janet skillfully ding-dong-dong a few times, then stopped and said, "You come. What do you want to hear?" "I don't know, just play it casually." Simon looked at Janet, who was leaning beside him and always had a bit of girlish air, thought for a while, and said, "Sing, I'll play, you sing." "Yes." Simon pressed the keys and gently tapped out the beginning of a section. Janet thought for a moment, then smiled and stretched out a finger to run to make trouble, ding, ding, dong, dong, occasionally, but completely in tune with the notes of the song. Then, a slightly hoarse female voice with a special charm began to sing softly. "When I was a little girl, I asked my mother, what will happen in the future? Will I become beautiful? Will I become rich? My mother said, let it be. The world is unpredictable, just let it be. When I have grown up and have a lover." So I asked him, "What will happen in the future? Will there be a rainbow every day for us?" My lover said, "Let it be. The world is unpredictable, just let it be." The faint singing accompanied by the piano music floated in the villa, driving away the loneliness hiding in every corner of Christmas Eve. Chapter 53 Preview. After Christmas, the last week of 1986 also slipped away. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1987. At the beginning of the new year, the image and sound editing work of Lola Run was successfully completed. Due to the excellent quality of the lens, Simon only took 1 week to complete the color matching of the sample. Afterwards, Lola Run began the final printing process. On the other hand, the butterfly effect was also completed in mid-December and entered the post-production stage. Simon learned from David Giler and Brian De Palma that Fox had not yet completely finalized the release date of the butterfly effect and needed to decide based on the quality of the film. However, the 2 most likely release dates are either the summer or Easter. In this era, the popularity of the North American Easter schedule was far less than it was later, and the most important schedules in Hollywood were still only the summer and the end of the year. The box office performance of the butterfly effect is crucial to Simon's subsequent development in Hollywood. Naturally, he hopes that this movie can be scheduled in the popular summer schedule. However, this is obviously not something he can decide. Now, Simon can only control the autonomy of Lola Run. On January 13th, Simon finally got the final copy of Lola Run. January 14th. Fox Studios, it was afternoon. David Giler and Brian De Palma walked into a screening room in the studio and found that a large group of people had gathered in the screening room, basically all the crew members of Run Lola Run. Noticing the arrival of the two, Simon, who was chatting with everyone, quickly stood up to greet them, and others nodded in response. As they were also busy with the post-production of the butterfly effect, Simon had not met the two many times these days. After greeting them and sitting down and chatting for a while, David Giler said, "Simon, can we start?" "Sorry, David, wait a minute." Simon shook his head and said, "Mr. Sanders also promised to come, but he hasn't arrived yet." David Giler nodded in understanding. Simon's invitation to Peter Sanders, vice president of Fox Films, was obviously related to the distribution of Run Lola Run. David Giler had specially instructed Simon on the details of the distribution a few days ago. After Simon finished speaking, he looked at his watch. It was past the agreed time, so he simply stood up and planned to go outside the screening room. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Simon was already hesitating whether to go to the administrative building in person to take a look, and then Peter Sanders came out from the corridor next to him. Seeing Simon waiting outside the screening room, Peter Sanders showed an apologetic look on his face and stretched out his hand to say, "I'm so sorry, Simon, I just finished a meeting." "It's okay." Simon shook hands with the other party with an unchanged smile, and said, "Then, Peter, let's go in." "Of course, I'm looking forward to your movie." The two walked into the screening room, and Peter Sanders greeted everyone warmly. Looking around, this screening room has a total of 6 rows of seats, separated from the left and right in the middle. David Giler and Brian De Palma sat on the left side of the first row, and Janet and Kathryn sat on the right side, with one empty seat on each side. After hesitating for a moment, Peter Sanders sat down next to David Giler. Simon stood next to Peter Sanders, noticed the details of his hesitation, and just smiled slightly. Although he was smooth from this detail, Peter Sanders was obviously not a very generous person. As a senior executive of Fox Film who was directly responsible for the Butterfly Effect project, he was always left out by David Giler and Brian De Palma during the film production process, so he obviously didn't want to sit with the two of them at this time. However, Peter Sanders didn't dare to express this contradiction publicly. After Peter Sanders sat down, Simon gave a few instructions to the staff in the screening room before sitting down next to Janet. The lights in the screening room dimmed quickly. Although he had seen the sample film in advance, after being busy for half a year, he was finally going to be officially tested by the audience. Simon was still a little nervous at this time and couldn't help but clench his fist. A slightly cool little hand reached out in the dim light and patted the back of Simon's fist. Simon turned his head and noticed Janet's sparkling eyes. He smiled at her and took the slightly cool little hand in his own. Since it was the first preview of Run Lola Run, Kathryn, who is about to go to Arizona to shoot Blood Night, also took time to come here today. At this time, sitting on the other side of Janet, Kathryn noticed Simon holding Janet's little hand in his palm, and a little loneliness flashed in her eyes. After the new year, just after returning to Los Angeles, Kathryn clearly felt that the relationship between Simon and Janet had taken a step further. Before Kathryn asked, Janet took the initiative to tell her about Christmas Eve. She didn't know how to hide it all. It wasn't until Kathryn couldn't stand it and covered Janet's little mouth that the girl stopped talking. On the big screen, after waiting for a moment, accompanied by the slight sound of the projector running, the movie began to play. The first line was a line of subtitles. In the future, the opening of the butterfly effect will also appear the explanation of the term butterfly effect, so Simon did not add such an opening to Run Lola Run. However, Simon still adjusted the original opening subtitles, retaining only a passage from the British poet T.S. Eliot. When the subtitles fell, the sound of the second hand began to tick rapidly, and as the silver pendulum turned, several lines of subtitles appeared one after another. Production company, Deaneries Pictures. Executive producers, Brian De Palma, David Giler, Robert Redford. Director, Simon Westeros. Since Brian and his team were willing to be named, Simon naturally would not be modest and hide the names of the 3 big guys, and directly put the names of the 3 big guys in the most conspicuous place at the beginning. As the pendulum stopped, the camera pushed to Simon's customized Metal Gear clock, and the fast-paced electronic music that would run through the entire movie also unfolded. The infectious music unconsciously guided the emotions of everyone in the theater. Then there was a crowd of zombies, and a narration centered on the philosophical proposition of who am I, where am I, and what am I going to do. However, despite such a philosophical narration, the movie did not leave the audience any time to think. The dynamic electronic music seemed to urge everyone to run all the way. So, in the opening of the animation, Lola started running. Until the beginning of the whole story. In the camera that was quickly pulled in by inertia, a striking red phone ringing sounded. The gangster Manny received a transaction task entrusted by the boss, and everything was going well. When he returned, his girlfriend Lola did not pick him up on time, so he had to find a way to return to the city by himself, and then lost the money for the transaction, $100,000. Enough for the boss to burn him to ashes and scatter him into the sea. In panic, Manny complained to Lola on the phone with tears in his eyes. In order to save her boyfriend's life, Lola had to raise $100,000 in a short time and send it to a telephone booth in downtown Santa Monica. She only had 20 minutes. But she did not hesitate, and rushed out of the house without hesitation. Running all the way. When she came to her father's office as a bank manager, not only did she not get help, but her life experience was exposed. She failed to get the money, but still ran to the finish line without giving up. My boyfriend has entered the supermarket with a gun. Okay, you insist on being Clyde, and I will be your bunny. The robbery was successful. The escape failed. I was shot and killed by a stupid rookie policeman. I am not willing to accept it. Then let's start over. The red phone fell, and it was the starting point again. This time, I am Bonnie, and you don't have to be Clyde. It seems to be successful. Until the last moment. God doesn't seem to like people who get something for nothing, so he took him away. Continue to start over. In the corridor, I jumped over the ruffian neighbors and vicious dogs who tried to block the way. Maybe I saved a second, or maybe I wasted a second. Who knows? Anyway, I missed my father, but I'm at a casino. Then, everything seemed to go well. I earned $100,000 and successfully arrived at my destination. The beggar who accidentally picked up the $100,000 got the thief's bicycle, and also rushed to my boyfriend in advance and returned the money. Perfect ending. Chapter 54 Completion. After the subtitles fell and the lights came on again, many people in the screening room felt like they had just woken up from a dream. After a short silence, loud applause rang out in the screening room. Because there were few people, the applause was not warm, but it seemed uniform. Due to budget and other factors, the people who joined the crew at the beginning were basically just behind-the-scenes personnel who had been in the low-cost independent film circle for many years. As a film practitioner, they are naturally very concerned about the movies they make. However, after watching several of the movies they participated in the past, they gradually lost any expectations. Although there were people like Brian De Palma who supported them, most of the crew did not think that a young man like Simon could make a very outstanding movie. The reason why many people came to participate in the preview this time was because several big names would also be present. Unexpectedly, the result was far beyond expectations. With the same cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars, compared with the B-level movies they had participated in the past that could only rely on selling sex and gimmicks, although Run Lola Run is also not a mainstream commercial movie, it is definitely a world of difference. Even many people couldn't help but have a thought in their minds, this is a movie. In the front row of the screening room, although he had been amazed at Simon's talent in movies more than once and had watched the sample of Run Lola Run more than once before, at this time, recalling the top-notch soundtrack in the film, David Giler was still surprised again. Director, screenwriter, photography, lighting, editing. Now it's the soundtrack again. David Giler was only curious about what the boy sitting not far from him couldn't do. Next to David Giler, Brian De Palma was also sighing. A movie, from the generation of an idea to the final film, the whole process has to go through too many steps. Any deviation in any of these steps may cause the final result of the film to be very different from the creator's idea. Many viewers always criticize some bad movies for their stiff plots and lack of logic. However, these bad movies definitely have a very perfect concept or script at the beginning, otherwise, no film company would easily invest tens of millions of dollars. A perfect script but an incomplete and bad movie, which involves the issue of the completion of a movie. The completion of a movie not only includes whether a movie fully shows the story content that the script wants to express, but also includes the quality of the special effects, the quality of editing, the quality of the soundtrack and other aspects of the movie. After watching the final film and comparing it with the script he had read in his memory, Brian De Palma realized that Run Lola Run is definitely a movie with a very high degree of completion. If Run Lola Run is a commercial film, Brian De Palma is sure that this movie will definitely achieve very good box office. However, although it is not a commercial film and the subject matter is also deviated from the mainstream, as long as you have watched the movie, even if you are not interested in the whole story, most of the audience will definitely give a very positive evaluation. This is the advantage of Run Lola Run. In the screening room, after watching the film, everyone was thinking. However, if the one who was most shocked is Peter Sanders, the vice president of Fox. A few months ago, when Peter Sanders accidentally heard about the amazing effect of Simon's sample filming, he was a little unconvinced. Even though he was more talented in photography, he was just a young man who had just entered Hollywood. Peter Sanders didn't think that a young man like Simon could make a movie that was even barely watchable. I heard that this guy also took care of a lot of work such as editing and composing music. This is even more unreliable. It's just messing around. It's a pity that the investment is said to be $650,000. As the vice president of Fox, he can only barely get this number when the year is better, including a lot of salary and bonuses. After decades in the circle, Peter Sanders deeply understands that in the film industry, talent is important, but the most important thing is experience and training. Without the tempering of several movies for 10 or 8 years, it is impossible to make a movie that people recognize. Then, the 80 minutes just now completely overturned his long-standing cognition. The initial disapproval turned into deep shock at this time. Although his ability is not outstanding, Peter Sanders is definitely not lacking in the vision to judge the pros and cons of a movie to be able to reach his current position. Like Brian De Palma, Peter Sanders also realized that Run Lola Run was definitely a highly finished film. Even if such a film has a limited audience, it is absolutely easy to achieve commercial success as long as it is properly operated. It is human nature to pursue perfection. A highly finished film is like a piece of jade carefully carved by a carver. Compared with those crudely made finished products, even if consumers don't like the variety of jade, they obviously prefer the more delicate and exquisite one. Thinking in his mind, seeing that everyone stood up and talked enthusiastically with Simon Westeros, Peter Sanders also stepped forward, but with an absent-minded expression, and said, "Simon, I still have some things to go back to the office. How about this, at 4:30, you can come over and we can talk." Simon heard what Peter Sanders said, smiled and nodded, and politely sent him out of the screening room. Afterwards, everyone chatted enthusiastically for a while, and the crew members who participated in the preview left one after another. As the male and female protagonists, Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves also apologized to Simon, saying that they both had new film contracts and could not go to Sundance with him in the next few days. Simon naturally understood that, let alone the Oscars, even those traditional old film festivals were far from being comparable to the current Sundance. Moreover, the Sundance Film Festival did not have any acting awards, so the leading actors of the participating films had even less motivation to go to Park City. After seeing everyone off one after another, David Giler and Brian De Palma unexpectedly stayed until the end this time. Seeing that there were only 2 women left besides Simon, David Giler did not shy away and said to Simon, "Sanders was just trying to figure out his stance just now. You must have felt it. He is such a person. So, don't agree to his conditions immediately. If possible, it is best to delay it until after Sundance. In fact, Simon, I think you should take Run Lola Run to participate in some more influential film festivals, such as Cannes, Berlin, and Venice. These are much better than Sundance. With the quality of your film, they will definitely accept it." "I understand, David," Simon nodded, and then said, "In fact, I have also thought about participating in the Cannes Film Festival, but the film has just been completed recently, and the recent Berlin Film Festival has long missed the registration, and the other 2 are too far away. Moreover, I actually hope that Run Lola Run can focus on the domestic American market." David Giler nodded to show his understanding. He actually knew that Simon gave up participating in overseas film festivals for more reasons. Funding is also a very important factor. Moreover, even if they rushed to participate, with the quality of Run Lola Run, it would definitely attract attention, but because of the subject matter, the chances of winning were very slim, and the possibility of returning empty-handed was greater. The few people chatted for a while, and David Giler and Brian De Palma said goodbye and left. Simon took back the copy of Run Lola Run and left the screening room with the two women. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. You guessed right. Because it's been delayed for too long, several of the original actors have withdrawn, and we're currently recasting. I'll probably be in Arizona on the 20th. The three of them walked side by side on the neat asphalt walkway in Fox Studios. Kathryn told Simon about her schedule and casually glanced at Janet, who was hanging intimately on Simon's arm on the other side. After thinking for a while, she said, "I've talked to Mr. Feldman. Simon, if you come to help, you can be my assistant director. However, if you have other things to do, you don't have to come." The promotion of Run Lola Run should be very troublesome. After confirming the relationship with Janet, Simon no longer had any special thoughts about Kathryn. He also realized why Kathryn said that, but shook his head and smiled. "I don't plan to do the promotion of Run Lola Run myself. I just need to get the distribution contract with a film company. After completing this matter, I won't be too busy in the next few months. So, I will definitely be able to rush to your crew before the end of the month." After Kathryn said what she just said, she was inexplicably worried. After hearing what Simon said, the woman just nodded slightly, her eyes drifted away, and said, "Well, okay." It was not far from the end of the get-off-work day, and Kathryn and Janet had to go back to Malibu together. Simon sent the two women to the fork in the road leading to the parking lot, and then parted ways with them, turning alone to the administrative building where Peter Sanders was. Walking towards the parking lot together, Kathryn saw Janet and Simon separate, and then she took her arm affectionately and said casually, "Aren't you going to move in with Simon?" Janet shook her head. "No, of course I'll live in my own big house by the sea. He's not comfortable there at all." Kathryn couldn't help but teasing, "Simon will definitely suffer in the future because you are so difficult to support. Haha, he is a man after all." Kathryn also smiled, but said, "After filming The Dark Knight, I will find a house in Los Angeles. By then, you can let Simon move to Malibu as well. I've already talked to Simon about this. The house in Malibu is so big, it can accommodate the three of us, but he doesn't want to," Janet said with a little depression in her tone, and finally she said angrily, "Machismo. You don't want to move there, and he doesn't want to move here, so what are you going to do?" "Wait until he makes enough money to buy a big house," Janet said, rubbing against Kathryn, and then said with a smile, "But it's not bad to live separately. If we move together too quickly, I think I'll be killed, this animal." Kathryn saw Janet start to be unrestrained again, and her cheeks were slightly hot. She raised her hand and knocked her on the head, saying bluntly, "Shut up, I don't want to listen to your nonsense." "Oh, it hurts," Simon came to Peter Sanders' office. After the secretary informed him, he waited for a while before he was allowed to enter. When the secretary pushed open the door just now, Simon vaguely saw Peter Sanders was on the phone. When he walked in, the other party had put down the phone, stood up and shook hands with him across the desk, and sat down again. After saying hello, Simon put the password box containing the copy of Run Lola Run at his feet and sat down opposite Peter Sanders. "Simon, we're about to get off work, so let's get straight to the point," Peter Sanders said after Simon sat down. "For a young man like you, it's very rare to be able to make a movie like Run Lola Run. However, the subject matter of this movie is too unpopular. It has a three-part structure and a video game-like setting. Although it is novel, the audience is definitely very small. The chances of it being released in theaters are not high, and it is most likely to be directly pushed into the video market. Business is to be negotiated." Although Peter Sanders sounded pessimistic about Run Lola Run, Simon just listened calmly and waited patiently for the other party to make a price. As Peter Sanders spoke, he secretly looked at the young man opposite him, and seeing that the other party looked like he was listening and learning, but his expression did not change much, he stopped wasting time and said, "I just spoke to Mr. Goldberg on the phone. Because Brian and the other three were listed as names, and also, this movie can really help promote the concept of the butterfly effect, so Fox is willing to buy it for $800,000. What do you think?" Simon didn't feel much when he heard the offer of $800,000, but asked seriously, "Mr. Sanders, $800,000, is it for all the copyrights? Peter Sanders nodded and said, of course, for $800,000, Fox buys out all the copyrights of Run Lola Run for a period of 20 years. After 20 years, the copyright of the film will be back to you. Permanent copyright transactions are rare in Hollywood, but a contract period of decades is enough for a film company to squeeze every penny of profit from a work. Simon finally shook his head and said, this won't work, Mr. Sanders, the price is too low. Peter Sanders was not surprised by Simon's refusal, and said patiently, Simon, $800,000 is a very reasonable price. It only cost you $650,000 to make this movie, right? A profit of $150,000, about 20% profit margin, is far more than the average return level of Hollywood movies. In fact, as of now, the final production budget of Run Lola Run is $597,000, and there is still about $53,000 left in the account of Deanery's Pictures. However, Simon naturally would not argue with Peter Sanders about this. Instead, he said, Mr. Sanders, I think there is something wrong with your calculation. The 20% profit margin of a movie with a budget of $10 million and the 20% profit margin of a movie with a budget of $650,000 are completely two different concepts. Peter Sanders said with a smile, of course, you obviously know very well that a movie with a budget of $10 million and a movie with a budget of $650,000 are also two different concepts. Okay, Simon shrugged and said, Mr. Sanders, actually, I'm wondering if we can sign a profit-sharing agreement. Peter Sanders flatly refused. Impossible, Simon. This is Fox. We don't have the energy to share the profits for a B-level movie with a production cost of only a few $100,000. Mr. Sanders, Run Lola Run only has the budget of a B-level movie, but it is definitely not a shoddy B-level movie. Maybe. But you have to understand, Simon, for a big company like ours, the cost of publicity and promotion is very high. Perhaps with a little operation, the investment in this area will exceed your budget for producing Run Lola Run. Therefore, we can only give you a buyout contract for this movie. Simon thought for a while and said, then, Mr. Sanders, a buyout is also fine. However, I hope to only sell the North American theater distribution rights of Run Lola Run for the time being. I just said, Simon, this movie may not be able to enter the theaters. This is the premise of cooperation, Simon said with a slightly stronger attitude. If Fox is unwilling to do the theater distribution for Run Lola Run, then no matter what conditions you offer, I will not agree to it. Fox will not give you such a guarantee. Peter Sanders' tone also became strong, and said, Simon, you are not qualified to ask Fox to give such a guarantee now, and none of the other six will. Well, Simon showed a regretful expression on his face, and stood up and said, in any case, Mr. Sanders, thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon. Peter Sanders saw that Simon had already picked up the password box, and a somewhat embarrassed expression appeared on his face. After a slight hesitation, he gestured to Simon to calm down. Simon did not insist and sat down again. Peter Sanders said, Simon, I know you will attend the Sundance Film Festival next, but compared with the Oscars or several major overseas film festivals, Sundance has almost no influence. Even if you win the award, it will not have much impact on the popularity of Run Lola Run. So, $1 million, this is the highest offer I can give you. In any case, Simon still very much hopes to cooperate with a large film company, and Peter Sanders in front of him is the only senior executive of a large film company that he can currently contact. All the arrangements in the early stage have been completed, and some things do not need to be concealed anymore. Simon pondered for a moment and did not accept Peter Sanders' new offer. Instead, he said, Mr. Sanders, Sundance may not have much influence. However, the gimmick of being the youngest director in Hollywood should be able to attract some attention, right? Peter Sanders looked at Simon for a moment, but smiled and said, Simon, if you say young, Spielberg started making movies at the age of 13. Do you think you are as young as he was then? It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with a Super 8mm camera when I was 13, otherwise I might have been able to make a movie. Simon just smiled indifferently and said, but, if I remember correctly, Spielberg's first standard theater movie was Rampage, which was released in 1974. He was 28 years old at the time. Peter Sanders still spoke jokingly, so, what about you? Simon, is it 18 years old? People who are not familiar with Simon often consider his age to be older when they see what he does. Peter Sanders was like this. Especially after having just watched Lola Run, he felt that to be able to make such an outstanding movie, Simon was probably a graduate of a top art school such as the USC School of Cinematic Arts. If so, Simon should be at least 22 years old. A top student from a top school making a movie at the age of 22 is still rare in Hollywood, but it is not really special news. Facing Peter Sanders' ridicule, Simon just slowly took out his driver's license, handed it over, and said, "You guessed right, Mr. Sanders, I am indeed 18 years old." Chapter 56. I need to calm down. The next morning, Simon and Janet flew to Utah together. As the plane took off, Janet asked about what happened yesterday. "So, how did the talks with Fox go?" Feeling that the plane was no longer bumpy, Simon unbuckled his seatbelt and recalled the rapid changes in Peter Sanders' expressions when he saw his age information on his driver's license yesterday afternoon. He smiled and shook his head. "You know, I want to sign a profit-sharing contract, but Sanders insists on buying out. So, we may have to wait until after Sundance. I hope the situation will turn around by then." Yesterday, although Simon explained to Peter Sanders in detail the distribution strategy of using his age as a gimmick for publicity, Peter Sanders was obviously a little tempted, but the other party did not agree in the end, and did not even give a new price. Simon also realized that this was probably because Peter Sanders did not have enough authority. The power structure of Hollywood's major film companies is basically decided by the helmsman. Although Peter Sanders is the vice president and has certain responsibilities, the power to make the final decision in terms of movies is still in the hands of President Ronald Goldberg. Janet was obviously just asking casually. After hearing Simon's answer, she was not discouraged at all and said, "At worst, we can do the distribution ourselves. Maybe we can gain some experience." Simon smiled and nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, it is not impossible to do the distribution by ourselves, but it is really a waste of time." Simon only took 4 months to produce Lola Run, but if he wants to complete the distribution of this movie through various channels by himself, it will probably take 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the final profit may not be as good as selling the film directly to the film company, which is totally not worth the loss. After chatting casually for a few words, Simon opened a copy of The Hollywood Reporter he brought on the plane. Just as he was about to read it, he suddenly remembered something and asked Janet beside him, "Hey, I'm suddenly curious, why does Kathryn always look at me in such a strange expression these days?" Janet blinked innocently. "Huh?" Noticing Janet's look, Simon became more suspicious and stared at her and said, "Did you say anything to Kathryn?" Janet's eyes flickered again, and she looked even more innocent. "What can I say? I'm too lazy to say anything about you." "Then you must have said something." Simon looked at Janet's appearance at this time, and became more certain. He pretended to roll up the newspaper in his hand and raised it. "Confess yourself, what bad did you say about me?" Seeing Simon raising the newspaper, Janet's little body shrank back in the seat, but raised her thin white neck again, with an appearance of preferring death to surrender, and shouted in a hoarse little voice, "I didn't." With this shout, all the passengers in the cabin looked over. Feeling everyone's gazes condemning the domestic violence man, Simon had to sit down awkwardly, unfold the newspaper again, and pretend nothing happened. After a while, Janet came close again, scratched Simon's body with her little claws a few times, and seeing that he didn't respond, she hesitated for a moment, and then leaned into the man's ear. I just told Kate that you bullied me all night on Christmas Eve." Simon's thoughts went around in his brain for several circles before he understood what he meant. He immediately leaned back in his seat with a dejected look on his face, and had the urge to jump off the plane. "Alice. It's ruined. It's all ruined. I met the wrong person. I must have become an overindulgent animal in Kathryn's heart. Although I have already identified the woman next to me, no one wants to become this image in the eyes of other women. Why am I so miserable?" Janet looked at Simon's dejected look, and pressed against him again, whispering, "Simon, don't worry, I've told Kate, I don't mind." Simon said weakly, "You didn't tell Kate that I suddenly caught a cold in the middle of the night, and I had a severe fever. I was also in a bad mood and refused to go to the hospital. You worked hard by my bedside for a day and a night. You are really a model girlfriend." Janet blinked in confusion. "Hey, didn't I catch a cold?" Simon weakly raised his hand to the passing stewardess. "Miss, can you help me change seats? I need to calm down." Salt Lake City had just snowed, and the plane landed on a runway surrounded by pure white. Simon and Janet then rented a car and drove east along the mountain road for nearly an hour before arriving in Park City, the venue of the Sundance Film Festival. The Sundance Film Festival originated from a film festival in Salt Lake City in the late 1970s, and later moved to Park City. As the founder, Robert Redford's original intention to initiate the Sundance Film Festival was not too simple. The Hollywood star bought a ski resort in Park City and built a resort, but the operation was not good. In order to change the status quo, Robert Redford decided to imitate the experience of Aspen, another ski town in the United States, and stimulate the local tourism market by holding an art festival while supporting the independent film industry. After more than 20 years of development, the influence of the Sundance Film Festival has become increasingly greater, and many Hollywood directors who later became world famous have emerged through the Sundance platform. Of course, these are all later stories. Now in 1987, Park City is still unknown, and the Sundance Film Festival is far less influential than it is later. Utah belongs to the American Mountain Time Zone, 1 hour earlier than California. Simon took Janet to Park City, and it was already past noon. Janet booked a place to stay in advance at a resort located east of Park City. More than a dozen exquisite wooden apartments are scattered in the mountains and forests, connected by flat asphalt roads. Each house is very beautiful and the transportation is also very convenient. Of course, it is definitely not cheap. Simon is basically penniless now, and all his credit cards are overdrawn. However, he still had to pay for the resort apartment, but he had to put his fingerprints on Janet's IOU. Occasionally, he thought that if he couldn't make money quickly, he might really have to use their Westeros to pay off his debts. After settling down and having lunch, the two hurried to the Sundance Institute at the foot of the Park City West Ski Resort to handle some necessary procedures for participating in the film festival and deliver the film copy of Lola Run to the organizer. Speaking of which, today is January 15th, and Simon is definitely the last exhibitor to submit a film copy. As early as December last year, the Sundance Film Festival had announced the shortlisted films for the two major units of feature films and documentaries. If it weren't for the personal recommendation of Robert Redford, the chairman of the film festival, and the fact that the competition at Sundance was far less fierce than it was later, Lola Run would definitely not be eligible for the exhibition. After completing the registration procedures, Simon had just left the gate of the institute and happened to meet Robert Redford and his group walking over from the parking lot. "Hey, Simon, you're finally here. David just asked about you." Robert Redford greeted Simon warmly and introduced several people around him to him and Janet, all of whom were judges for this film festival. Simon had inquired in advance that the current Sundance only has 2 units, feature films and documentaries, and each unit has 5 judges, a total of 10 people. Robert Redford was only followed by 4 people, which was obviously not complete. Moreover, judging from the names of the 4 people, David Anson, Rhonda Haynes, Kit Carson, and Jane Benix, these people should all be film and television practitioners. However, Simon didn't know any of them. In fact, this is not surprising. Even more than 10 years later, the judges of the Sundance Film Festival tend to be unpopular, far less well-known than the series of big-name judges at several major film festivals. Following Robert Redford's introduction, Simon also smiled and shook hands with several people. Hearing that the judge named David Anson had just mentioned him, Simon deliberately looked at him a few times while greeting him, and found that David Anson was also looking at him curiously. "We are just about to watch the nominated films. Since you sent the copies over, we can watch them first. Everyone is very curious about your movies." After introducing each other, Robert Redford patted Simon on the shoulder again, gave him a few words of advice, and walked into the institute with the other 4 people. Chapter 57 Opening Ceremony. The next day was Friday, January 16th, the opening day of the 3rd Sundance Film Festival. Simon had lunch with Peter Butler, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times who came to the festival specially. At about 12:30, everyone went to the Egyptian Theater in Park City, where the Sundance opening ceremony was held. Many years later, during the Sundance Film Festival, the small Park City was often crowded with people and very lively. Movie fans who wanted to watch a movie needed to go through a process, such as grabbing tickets to get what they wanted. But now, Simon had been in Park City for a day and had been to various places. Although there were indeed more people in the small town due to the ski season, he basically did not feel much of the atmosphere of the film festival. Moreover, from the screening schedule issued by the film, Simon found that there were only 3 theaters showing the films participating in this film festival. After all, it was the opening ceremony, and it was still quite lively outside the Egyptian theater. Of course, there was no red carpet. Simon had just entered the theater when he was stopped by Robert Redford, who personally greeted the guests. After briefly introducing Peter Butler next to him, Simon felt that Robert Redford had something to say to him, so he motioned Janet and Peter to go in first, and he was pulled aside by Robert. "Simon, I watched your movie with everyone yesterday afternoon. It was really surprising, better than I thought," Robert said, and then said, "So, I just want to ask, have you found a distributor? If not, maybe I can help." "Thank you, Bob." Simon naturally understood Redford's good intentions, thanked him, and then said, "Before coming to Park City, I have already contacted Fox. They are very interested in this film, but they haven't reached an agreement on the terms yet." "That's good. Fox is a very good choice, Simon. This is your first movie. Don't worry too much about gains and losses. The most important thing is to make a name for yourself," Robert said, looked around, lowered his voice, and said, "Also, if there is nothing too important, stay in Park City these days, until the end." This hint is still very obvious. After a busy few months, Simon originally planned to rest in Park City for a few days. He nodded and said, "Bob, I will." Robert smiled and patted Simon on the shoulder, saying, "Well, go in first. The opening ceremony will start soon." The Egyptian cinema is an old-fashioned large single-hall cinema with more than 400 seats. Simon entered the screening room and glanced around. Although there were many people sitting in the entire theater, it was still a long way from being filled. After finding Janet, Simon sat down at the edge of the aisle in the 5th row. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the opening ceremony began on time. Robert Redford walked onto the stage with a smile on his face, adjusted the microphone, looked at the audience, and said with a bit of sigh in his tone, "I remember 2 years ago, in the same theater, there were less than 100 people sitting in the audience. In the following 10 days, I stood in front of the door of this only film festival screening venue, inviting everyone to come into the theater to watch movies like soliciting business in a bar." The second year, Sundance successfully sold its first film, Footloose. At that time, I personally made many calls to David Putnam, CEO of Columbia Pictures, inviting him to Park City, and personally pulled him into the screening room. Now, in the third year, it is still the screening room, but there are more than 300 audiences in front of me. I am very pleased with this progress, and I also hope that this momentum can be maintained. One day, Sundance will be full of guests and friends. Amid the warm applause, Robert Redford looked around for a moment. He was unable to determine the target for a moment, but quickly said, "A few months ago, I encountered a very interesting thing. At that time, I was doing post-production for a movie I was responsible for at Fox Studios. I happened to meet a few old friends who were planning to watch a film sample. Out of curiosity, I stayed. Then, I saw an amazing shot, perfect photography, perfect lighting, perfect composition, perfect scenery, so perfect that the sample did not even need any color matching, and it could be edited into a movie. I was very excited at the time, and I shouted to the producer of that movie to introduce all the photographers, lighting technicians, and set designers to me. I must let them participate in my next movie." Then, guess what the result was? The audience was silent, and most people showed curious eyes. Some more professional filmmakers even looked suspicious. They all knew very well how difficult it was to shoot the shots described by Robert Redford. Many people felt that Robert had begun to brag. Simon also looked surprised. He did not expect Robert Redford to suddenly mention him. Janet came over proudly and hugged her boyfriend's arm affectionately, with a little red on her fair face. Robert Redford kept it a secret, and after a brief pause, he said, "The result is that the photographer and the set designer of those shots are completely the same person. He is not only the director at the same time, but also took on the job of the lighting designer himself after the lighting designer couldn't stand his strict requirements and quit." As soon as Robert finished speaking, there was a slight uproar in the audience. "Who? Robert, are you sure there is such a great man in Hollywood? Is the movie still watchable?" Hundreds of people in the audience had countless question marks in their minds. Robert Redford finally found Simon and pointed directly at him. "Hey, Simon, stand up and say hello to everyone." Simon was a little caught off guard, but under the eyes of hundreds of people looking at him at the same time, He quickly stood up and bowed to everyone a little restrainedly. After Simon sat down again, Robert Redford continued, "It's this young man. He has a very special last name, Westeros. Simon Westeros. I think everyone will be very familiar with this name in the future. Of course, his movie will be shown at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning in this theater. I promise you that you will not be disappointed. Moreover, you can also carefully observe the list of behind-the-scenes members of this movie. You will find that Simon has done more work than you think." Simon was no longer an unknown person in Hollywood. Most of the filmmakers who were at the bottom and wanted to enter the mainstream production circle were basically very concerned about the dynamics of the industry. Therefore, after a buzz of whispers, some of Simon's deeds spread quickly. On the stage, Robert Redford waited for a moment before continuing, "Speaking of Simon's story, I just want to say that it is really not easy to be an independent filmmaker. Many talented young people like Simon often hide a wall countless times because of the conservative and stereotyped Hollywood, and lose their dreams in the passing of time. Therefore, I very much hope that Sundance can become a platform for filmmakers to showcase their talents and become the starting point for some people's dreams. For this, I will do my best." Amid the applause that rang out again in the screening room, Robert Redford said loudly, "Finally, welcome everyone to Sundance." After a simple opening ceremony, it was the opening film. The opening films of the film festival usually choose heavyweight works, but Sundance obviously cannot attract Hollywood's top directors to send their works. This time, the opening film is the Coen brothers' new film Raising Arizona. The Coen brothers' Blood Simple is the winner of the jury prize of the first Sundance Film Festival and has also become famous in recent years. It is also a gimmick that the brothers' new work becomes the opening film of the third Sundance Film Festival. Raising Arizona tells the story of a stupid thief who wants to rob someone else's baby and bring it back to raise because his wife is infertile. The two protagonists of the film are also famous, Nicolas Cage and Holly Hunter. However, the two protagonists did not come this time, and only one of the Coen brothers showed up. It had just snowed, and the temperature in Park City at night was close to -10 degrees Celsius. Janet was very afraid of the cold. After attending the opening ceremony, the woman dragged Simon to rush back to the resort apartment. Simon had to give up the idea of attending the evening party. Anyway, there were no stars he was interested in. The next day, Simon drove out of Park City almost as soon as it was light and rushed to the Salt Lake City airport to pick someone up. It was just a casual mention at the beginning. Simon didn't expect that George Norman's niece Jennifer Raybould would really come to Utah. The girl got the phone number of his and Janet's resort apartment from somewhere last night, and called to hope that Simon could pick her up today. She had never been to Utah before. Salt Lake City Airport. Simon had just arrived when Jennifer Raybould and another girl appeared in the airport lobby at about the same time. Seeing Simon holding a sign, the two girls trotted over. Moreover, although the two girls were wearing winter clothes, they obviously underestimated the coldness of Utah and did not even wear hats. At this time, they looked like two little quails. Without introducing themselves, Simon pointed outside the airport and said, "Let's get in the car first." The two girls nodded in agreement. The weather was too cold and they did not even have the courage to speak. It was not until they got into the car with the heater on that Jennifer's female companion said, "It's so cold. If I had known, I would not have come." "Jenny, you're a liar. You said you were here to ski, but why do I feel something is wrong?" As she said that, the girl suddenly stretched out her little hand from the back seat and said with a smile, "Hi, handsome, I'm Lisa Collins." Simon Westeros. Simon shook hands with the other party and introduced himself. He looked at the two girls in the back row who were only wearing women's short windbreakers, and said, "I'll take you shopping for clothes first." "Okay, you're such a considerate guy. No wonder Jenny came to see you in such bad weather." Jennifer, who was a little shy when she saw Simon, said immediately after hearing this, "Lisa, what nonsense are you talking about? You recently rejected Edward's confession. Wasn't it because of him?" "No, I'm not." Simon started the car and looked up at the rearview mirror after hearing what Lisa Collins said. Jennifer's fair face had turned red. She turned sideways to stop her friend from talking nonsense, and her golden ponytail swung. Seeing the two girls laughing and joking, Simon felt that he had to explain first, so he said, "Lisa, Jenny and I are just ordinary friends, and I have a girlfriend." Lisa Collins stopped laughing immediately and opened her mouth in surprise. "Huh? Jennifer also looked over. Simon glanced at Jennifer through the rearview mirror and said, "It's Janet, Jenny, do you remember?" Jennifer remembered that Janet had stayed by Simon's bedside in the hospital. She nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Of course, she is my uncle's client." One more thing, Simon glanced at the rearview mirror again and said, "Jenny and I rented an apartment in a resort in Park City. It happens to have 2 bedrooms. If you don't mind, you two can stay there for the next 2 days. The weather is too cold, and the conditions in the hotel are definitely not as good as those in the apartment." Jennifer hesitated. "Will it be troublesome?" Simon shook his head and smiled, "Of course not. Speaking of which, your uncle is also my personal lawyer now. If I don't take good care of you, I may lose the lawsuit in the future." Jennifer smiled when she heard what Simon said, and said, "Well, okay. But my uncle won't do that." Lisa Collins heard the two make a decision, and didn't object. She smiled and leaned over to hug Jennifer, saying, "We're really going skiing now. But, Jenny, you don't seem to know how to ski, do you?" Jennifer moved her body, trying to push away her best friend who was hugging her, and said, "Don't you know how to ski? Teach me. Otherwise, why would I bring you here?" "But I can't teach anyone," Lisa Collins said, turning to the front row. "Simon, can you teach anyone how to ski?" Simon thought for a moment and said, "I think I can." "Haha, then Jenny, I'll leave it to you." Chapter 58. Dazzled. I woke up very early. It was just dawn. Maybe it was because of the jet lag. There is a jet lag between the east and west coasts. I stared at the ceiling of the wooden house and suddenly felt that I might be crazy. It was just a weekend, but I actually flew from New Haven to a strange town thousands of kilometers away and lived in a bedroom provided by a boy I had only met a few times. Moreover, the boy had a girlfriend. Well, this has nothing to do with me. Perhaps, since I heard a boy's crazy guitar sound on a beach one day, I have always wanted to do something crazy. If we don't go crazy, we will get old. I went skiing for the first time yesterday afternoon. Watching him rushing from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain at lightning speed, Lisa, who also likes skiing, was like meeting an idol. She screamed and explained to her how great he was, and then rushed down with him. Then, there were only 2 stupid Jennies who could only play snowboarding on the top of the mountain. How embarrassing. Fortunately, there were 2 of them, and someone was with me. I tried very hard to learn, and inevitably failed several times. My body is still a little painful now. However, the excitement in my heart still continues until now. It's a pity that I have to leave in a hurry this afternoon. I still have classes tomorrow. Besides, I can't tell my parents about this, otherwise they will definitely scold me. I am a good girl and have persisted for many years. I can only keep it in my heart. I don't know how long I was in a daze. I felt that it was already dawn, so I sat up carefully and picked up the watch on the bedside table to check. It was 7:30. His movie premiere was at 9 o'clock, so I must go earlier. I don't know if he got up. Maybe I should go to prepare breakfast for everyone. Well, I must have no other thoughts. I am a good girl. After getting dressed and washing up, I tied my hair up in front of the mirror. I must still untie it when I wear a hat when going out. However, he occasionally sneaks a glance at his ponytail. It's exposed. Did it? I think I could find it. Without calling Lisa, I left the bedroom quietly and walked to the kitchen quietly. Then I was startled. He was already busy in the kitchen. I heard him greet me and responded quickly. I felt like I was planning to do something bad and get caught. I mustered up the courage to help. Janet and Lisa also got up quickly. After breakfast, at 8:10, the 4 of us drove out of the resort apartment and came to the Egyptian Theater in downtown Park City. I had done my homework in advance and knew that this was just a very small film festival and it was not very popular. Looking at the hall of the Egyptian Theater with more than 400 seats, I was secretly worried. I noticed yesterday that the streets of Park City were not busy, and now it was morning. In such a cold day, there would be even fewer people willing to get up to watch a movie. If too few people came to watch the movie, it would be embarrassing. So I took the initiative to act as a volunteer and got a thick stack of film festival flyers from the staff, planning to distribute them outside the theater. I am pretty, so I should be able to attract a few more guys to come in. Lisa and Janet also came out holding a stack of flyers like her. Lisa had already regarded him as an idol, and she was a very enthusiastic person, so it was understandable that she did this. Janet surprised her a little. She looked like a pampered woman, but she was willing to do this. It seemed that she really loved him. Then, she soon realized that her worries just now seemed a little redundant. From 8:30, people kept gathering at the Egyptian cinema in twos and threes. Near 9 o'clock, the queue waiting to watch the movie stretched more than 10 meters outside the theater, but suddenly there was news from the ticket office that the tickets were sold out. Standing on the street and turning around to look into the theater, the hall was full of people, and some people were questioning loudly. A couple next to them even had a few words about this. From what they heard, the two watched 2 movies yesterday, and the attendance rate was only 20% to 30%, so the boy thought of coming at the right time so that he could stay in bed for a while. Unexpectedly, he couldn't get in. Looking at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock, and the screening was about to start, so he looked at Lisa and Janet for a few times. The theater hall was full of people. How could the 3 of them get in? After hesitating for a moment, they still went in. After explaining the situation to the staff they met, the 3 of them were allowed in. Immediately, they heard another dissatisfied complaint behind them. Entering the screening room, they looked around and saw that it was full of people. The sound of conversation gathered together, buzzing, and it was extremely lively. Thinking of what a couple just said, she couldn't help but feel proud. He was indeed the one who was different. She went to the front row with Janet with some trepidation. Fortunately, he reserved a seat for them, right next to him, 3 in a row. She also saw Robert Redford sitting on the other side of him, talking happily. Although she knew that Robert Redford was the founder of this film festival, she was still very surprised to see him. She liked Out of Africa 2 years ago very much and bought a videotape specially. Meryl Streep and Robert Redford. Karen and Dennis. She and him were inexplicably involved in a little substitution, and inexplicably felt a little sad. Sighing softly. Janet sat down next to him, she sat down next to Janet, and Lisa sat down next to her, laughing and looking very excited. Heartless guy. 9 o'clock. The lights in the screening room dimmed on time. Somewhat unexpected. This is a film festival after all. Is there no interaction at all? Then I realized that maybe it was put after the movie, from 9 to 12, but it was 3 hours. The opening was a poem by the British poet T.S. Eliot. We will not stop exploring, and the end of this exploration will return to our starting point and let people understand it for the first time. I still know Eliot, the Nobel Prize winner in literature. It's just that the other party's works have always been obscure, and she doesn't like it too much. However, since he used it here, I still plan to think about it carefully. Then, the sound of the pendulum, the rapid sound of the second hand, the impatient music, and the shouting of Lola when she exploded completely interrupted her attempt to stop and think. The only thing left in my mind was the figure running fast in the streets and alleys of Santa Monica, Los Angeles. Red hair, blue vest, green pants, big leather shoes. Her name is Lola. Running Lola. A completely subversive image. A completely subversive movie. It was surprising, and suddenly I realized that movies can be shot like this, animations can be used like this, the shots can be so sharp, and the camera movements can be so tricky. There is also music. There are also pictures. It was not until the last shot ended that she came back to her senses from a dreamlike journey, and she couldn't help but look forward to watching the movie for the second time. In a blink of an eye, she felt a little regretful. In a short period of time, she would definitely not be able to watch it a second time unless the movie could be released in theaters. Such an excellent movie will definitely be released in theaters. She had no doubt about this. However, she was still clear about some things in Hollywood. Even if it was released in theaters, such an alternative movie would definitely not be released on a large scale. Well, by then, even if New Haven didn't have it, New York would definitely have it. Thinking about this a little distractedly, she didn't pay much attention to the subtitles slowly falling on the big screen, but the audience around her obviously began to whisper. She didn't mind, and didn't think much about it. Anyway, the movie was over, and they would definitely like it very much. Then, Lisa beside her suddenly poked her. Jenny, did you notice it? Huh? The end credits, Lisa said, turning her head to look at her a few times, and said dissatisfiedly, such a great movie, you were distracted. Of course not. She immediately shook her head guiltily and said, I was just wondering when I can see this movie again. Okay, Lisa shrugged, but then said, did you really not pay attention to the subtitles? Worried that Janet and he on the other side would hear it, She hinted Lisa to speak softly, and then asked, "What's wrong?" Lisa raised her hand and gestured, "So many names, Simon's name." Still a little confused, Lisa said again in a tone that obviously suspected that she might be dazzled, "Producer, director, screenwriter, photography, lighting, music, set design, editing, anyway, there are several more, all of which are Simon's own name." This time she finally understood. But she also felt that Lisa might be dazzled. Just as she was about to tease her, all the subtitles fell and the lights in the theater came on again. With a bright light, the originally dim discussion suddenly weakened a bit. After a short pause, warm applause broke out. More than 10 seconds later, the staff placed chairs on the stage, and Simon pulled Janet and Robert Redford onto the stage together. The originally weakened applause became warm again. It was not until Robert Redford smiled and raised his hand to suppress it that the theater gradually quieted down. Then, Robert Redford took on the role of host himself, holding the microphone and saying, "I promised everyone at the opening ceremony on Friday that you would not be disappointed after watching this movie. No one should doubt my judgment now, right? However, if you still don't like this movie, you can only settle the score with Simon." Amidst the chuckles in the screening room, Robert teased in a very subtle way, "Of course, before doing this, you must first make sure that you can beat the guy next to me. Now, if you have any questions, you can raise your hands." Wow, Robert Redford's voice fell, and dozens of hands in the screening room were raised almost at the same time. Some people hesitated for a moment, and had to put their hands down temporarily when they were halfway raised. Glancing at the audience, Robert Redford pointed to a brown-haired girl wearing glasses sitting in the front seat. The girl stood up, adjusted her glasses habitually, looked at Simon on the stage, and said, "Mr. Westeros, I am Jane Trevor, a reporter from Variety. I am honored to watch such a novelty-type movie as Run Lola Run. However, I just counted and there are at least 10 positions with your personal name on the list of positions behind the scenes. Although it may be a bit presumptuous, I still find it hard to believe that you completed all of these personally." Chapter 59, The Wind Rises. Simon heard the doubts raised by the female reporter from Variety, but he just nodded slightly. "Yes, the reason is actually very simple. If I didn't do these jobs myself, but I wrote my name on them, there will definitely be a lot of people who will trouble me in the future." Hearing Simon say this, many viewers who originally had similar doubts suddenly understood. There are ghostwriters in any circle, and Hollywood is no exception. However, judging from the quality of Run Lola Run, the probability of more than a dozen Hollywood filmmakers who must be very outstanding acting as ghostwriters for a young man at the same time is very slim. What's more, although most people don't know Simon's background, no matter what his identity is, there is no need to do this. It involves professional filmmaking skills, and it is too easy to be exposed. However, if a lot of the behind-the-scenes work of Run Lola Run was done by the young people on the stage themselves, it would be too incredible anyway. The female reporter from Variety was obviously in the same mood. After hearing Simon's answer, she immediately asked, "So, how did you do it?" Simon smiled and said, "Ms. Trevor, your question is difficult to answer. However, if I count from the beginning of writing the script, I have been busy with this movie for a full 6 months. During this period, I experienced many twists and turns, and I also met many people who were willing to help me, such as Bob, Jenny, Kathryn, Director Brian De Palma, Mr. David Giler, my agent Jonathan, and so on. Looking back, I am actually very lucky, because many filmmakers with dreams find it difficult to get such opportunities. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to all of them again, and at the same time, I also hope that I will have the opportunity to help some people in the future." Although she did not get a satisfactory answer, Jane Trevor nodded seriously and sat down again. Then, at the signal of Robert Redford, many people raised their hands again. There were not many media reporters who could come to Park City. Robert basically knew them all and was not in a hurry. This time, he casually pointed to a young boy sitting in the back row. The boy couldn't wait to get the microphone and said, "Simon, your movie is so cool. I really hope I can make a movie like this one day. So, I want to know how you learned all this, or which film school did you go to?" Simon shook his head and smiled. "I didn't go to film school. As for the skills in film, I should say I learned it by myself. However, my personal situation is a little different from everyone else. So, if you want to be a director, I still suggest you go to a professional film school. There are many well-known self-taught directors in Hollywood, including Robert Redford, who is sitting on the stage at this time. However, many people in the screening room were still surprised when they heard Simon's answer. Although Simon's exact age is unknown, he looks very young. If he has systematically studied film and television in a top film school and mastered a series of skills, it would be logical for him to produce Run Lola Run. But those who have tried this kind of thing by self-study know how many difficulties they will encounter and how many detours they will take, so it is incredible that they can achieve the current level. Everyone was surprised, but Janet, who had been sitting quietly next to Simon, blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered the pile of professional film books that Simon had bought a few months ago. "Little bastard, you must be talking nonsense." "But it's really strange." The boy sat down, and Robert Redford handed the right to ask questions to a media reporter again. The subsequent question and answer session lasted until 12 noon, and the Sundance premiere of Run Lola Run was announced to be over. The film will be screened several more times during the remaining days of the film festival, but Simon will not have to attend then. In fact, many filmmakers will basically leave Park City after the premiere on the weekend. It will not be until the closing ceremony of the film festival that they will send representatives again if they receive news of winning awards. On Sunday afternoon, Simon recommunicated with Peter Butler about some of his interviews. In the evening, Jennifer Raybould and Lisa Collins were sent on a plane to New Haven, Connecticut, where Yale University is located. However, Simon did not have any free time. As soon as the premiere of Run Lola Run was over, he was surrounded by several independent film distributors who came to Sundance to try to pick up bargains. They tried to make offers and exchange contact information. One fat man even offered a buyout price of $2 million, which was more generous than Fox, but he only wanted to pay a deposit of $200,000, and the rest would be settled after the film was released. Simon smiled and cursed Harvey in his heart, saying "You're a big liar," and then ignored the other party. On Monday morning, just after getting up, Simon received a call from Kathryn in Los Angeles. Then, Robert Redford also called and asked him to go to the Sundance Institute. Simon drove to the city and brought back a thick stack of newspapers with reviews of Run Lola Run from the Sundance Institute, and bought breakfast by the way. When he returned to the resort apartment, it was already past 9 in the morning. The weather in Park City was still cold. Without outsiders, Janet began to show her true colors and stayed in bed like a lazy cat and refused to get up. Seeing the newspaper Simon brought back, he perked up a bit. He called out to Simon to bring the newspaper over, and flipped through it with great interest. Variety, well, a surprising anti-genre masterpiece suddenly appeared in the unknown Sundance, Run Lola Run. This film, written and directed by new director Simon Westeros, uses a very interesting three-part film model to vividly show the audience the meaning of the butterfly effect. At the same time, the film's exploration of the countless possibilities of life is also memorable. Blah blah blah, I'll change another one. Janet read a few sentences and scanned them at a glance. She couldn't wait to pick up another newspaper. This, The Hollywood Reporter, seems to be very good. What surprised me most was Simon Westeros's skillful use of a series of film techniques. The whole film reached a top level in terms of camera, color, soundtrack, editing, etc. It doesn't look like a low-cost movie with a production budget of less than $1 million. It is said that a lot of the work was done by Simon Westeros himself. I seem to see another rising Hollywood talent filmmaker. It makes a lot of sense. Let me take a look. Hey, Peter also wrote a film review. Did you agree with him to publish it after the film festival? Oh, this is just a film review. After reading Peter Butler's film review published in the Los Angeles Times and flipping through the remaining newspapers, Janet threw them aside and excitedly poked a piece of her naked white body out of the quilt. "Little boy, you are going to be famous. Come on, let your sister kiss you first." Simon pushed Janet back into the bed and said, "I don't kiss a lazy woman who hasn't even brushed her teeth." "Oh, you despise me. Be careful or I'll call 4 brothers to beat you up together." Simon smiled and covered the corner of the quilt that the woman had lifted, and said, "Call a cousin or something, so there's 5 of us, and bring a baseball bat." It seems, there's no cousin. After playing around for a while, the phone in the living room rang again. Simon saw that the woman still had her face buried in the pillow, so he leaned over and kissed her round shoulder, saying, "Get up quickly, I'll go answer the phone first." The call was from Jonathan Friedman, who had just gotten to work in Los Angeles. The agent had also seen the praises of Lola Run in several mainstream Hollywood media, and congratulated Simon. He also told him that Mike Madawa, president of Orion Pictures, had called him early in the morning to inquire about some news about Simon's movie, and he should be very interested in the distribution of Lola Run. After talking for more than 10 minutes, just as Jonathan was about to hang up, Sandra Bullock happened to arrive at Jonathan's office, so they chatted for a few more words. Los Angeles, WMA headquarters on Camino Street. Sandra said goodbye to Simon, gently put down the phone, and sat down across from Jonathan's desk. "It's like this." Jonathan Friedman handed her a document and said, "Preparation for Back to the Future 2 has started, and casting has started recently. Your qualifications are a bit shallow, but I saw praise for your performance in Lola Run in several newspapers this morning. So, you prepare first, and I will find a way to get you through the first round of auditions. After that, it depends on the specific situation." Back to the Future, the first on the North American box office list 2 years ago, Steven Spielberg was the producer, and Robert Zemeckis was the director. Sandra naturally knew it very well. However, after starring in Lola Run, Sandra just recently got a supporting role in a spring TV series. Sandra flipped open the audition materials and took a quick look. She was still a little unsure. "Joe, is this an audition for the leading actress?" "Of course," Jonathan Friedman nodded with a smile, and said, "but don't get your hopes up. In the first round of casting, there will be at least hundreds of girls vying for this role. Also, talk to Simon and ask him to cut a clip of your performance in Lola Run and give it to me before Friday. I will help you transfer it to the Back to the Future 2 crew." "Yeah, I will," Sandra nodded, but then said, "But, Joe, Simon won't be back from Park City until next week. And, I don't know his phone number." Jonathan smiled and wrote down a string of numbers on a notepad, handed it to Sandra, and said, "Since it's a film festival, there will definitely be no shortage of equipment in Park City, and copies will be there too, so you can ask him to send it back after he finishes cutting it or have someone bring it back for you." After chatting for a few more words, Sandra stood up and said goodbye. Just as she left Jonathan's office, she found that another client of the agent, Courteney Cox, was already sitting outside. Sandra knew that Simon had first invited Courteney to participate in Lola Run, and Courteney naturally knew that the role of Lola finally fell on Sandra. Now, suddenly meeting each other, both of them felt awkward for some reason. They nodded to each other as if nothing had happened, and then passed by each other. Courteney knew very well why Jonathan called her here today. Back to the Future 2 has started casting, which is a big event for the whole Hollywood. Noticing the audition materials in Sandra's hand, Courteney remembered the review of Lola Run she saw in The Hollywood Reporter during breakfast, and inexplicably felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. The male lead of Back to the Future 2 must still be Michael Fox. Then, Jonathan has at least 3 people who are suitable for the female lead of Back to the Future 2, Elizabeth Shue, himself, and Sandra Bullock who just left. Thinking about this, Courteney suddenly realized that Elizabeth Shue starred in The Butterfly Effect and Sandra Bullock starred in Lola Run. These 2 movies are actually related to him. And I had a chance. Now, I hope Lola Run doesn't cause too much response. Think about it carefully, it's just a low-cost independent movie, and the subject matter is so far away from the mainstream. Even if it gets some praise, it shouldn't cause much waves in Hollywood. Muttering this in my heart, I took a deep breath and stopped thinking about these messy things. Courteney tried at Owen Wright's and pushed the door into the agent's office. It was about the same time. At Fox Studios, not far from the WMA headquarters. Ronald Goldberg, president of Fox Pictures, called Peter Sanders to his office early in the morning. The two sat down in the reception area. Ronald Goldberg handed Peter Sanders several excerpts of the Lola Run film review that his secretary had just sorted out, and said, "This should be the work of the screenwriter of The Butterfly Effect. You told me about it on the phone last week." Peter Sanders had actually seen the film reviews of Lola Run. He pretended to take over several excerpts and flip through them, then nodded and said, "Yes, that's it." Ronald Goldberg heard Peter Sanders' confirmation and said, "Didn't you talk to him? Why didn't I see the result?" Peter Sanders put the film review in his hand on the coffee table in front of him and said, "The young man wants to profit from the contract." Ronald Goldberg slowly took out a cigar and was trimming it. He was stunned when he heard this, then he shook his head and laughed. He is indeed a little guy who doesn't know his place. In that case, forget it, let him find someone else. Peter Sanders paused, and still said, Ronald, there is actually something else about him. Peter Sanders briefly explained Simon's age and some of the publicity plans they had discussed that day. After listening, Ronald Goldberg found that the cigar in his hand had fallen to the ground at some point. He picked it up and threw it aside, but his eyes were still fixed on Peter Sanders, 18 years old. Are you sure this is true? P.S. Sanjiang, I didn't expect there would be such an opportunity. I dare not say it. I will try my best to update. Chapter 60 Small Actions. Peter Sanders nodded, but said cautiously, at least, Simon Westeros' driver's license shows that he is currently 18 years old. Ronald, if necessary, I can investigate. Ronald Goldberg stopped talking and leaned on the sofa to think. As the president of a major Hollywood film company, Ronald Goldberg, with many years of experience in film promotion, naturally knows what kind of attention a work directed by an 18-year-old director who has just come of age will bring if it is released in theaters. A few years ago, Stephen Paul, a Hollywood actor who was a child star, directed his first film Falling in Love Again when he was 20 years old. Although the quality of the film was terrible and it only received a box office of more than $100,000 after being released in theaters, it still attracted the attention of many heavyweight media including the New York Times. Now, Simon Westeros is just 18 years old, and this gimmick is even more important than 20 years old. Although there is only a difference of 2 years, in the minds of most people, 18 years old is just a teenager, but 20 years old is already an adult. More importantly, judging from the film reviews of media such as Variety and The Hollywood Reporter, the quality of Lola Run is far superior to Stephen Paul's playful work. If this movie is taken, and the butterfly effect written by Simon Westeros is combined to develop a complete publicity and distribution plan, it will definitely have unexpected gains. Thinking here, Ronald Goldberg suddenly remembered something. Peter, if I remember correctly, there are 2 scripts in the contract signed by Simon Westeros and us, right? According to the option contract, the script written by Simon Westeros must be provided to Fox Films first. Only when Fox Films voluntarily gives up can it negotiate cooperation with other film companies. Most of the post-production work of Lola Run was completed in Fox Studios, and even Ronald Goldberg had heard of it. However, no one took the experimental film made by a young man too seriously, so no one has ever raised any objections to it. However, many things will definitely be different once they are taken seriously. Peter Sanders nodded knowingly when Ronald Goldberg said this, but immediately shook his head and said, Ronald, I have had the contract reviewed again. There is an exception clause in it. The films directed by Simon Westeros himself are not restricted by the option contract. Therefore, he is not in breach of contract. Peter Sanders was responsible for the administrative work such as drafting the contract for the butterfly effect. Hearing this, Ronald Goldberg glanced at him with some dissatisfaction. How could you agree to such a clause? Peter Sanders explained helplessly, Mr. Murdoch personally gave the green light for the butterfly effect. Ronald, you also know the situation at the time. We must get this project done as soon as possible. Moreover, no one thought that an unknown newcomer like Simon Westeros could make a decent movie. Ronald Goldberg waved his hand, not intending to listen to Peter Sanders' words of shirking the responsibility, and said, well, let Simon Westeros send the copy over. The day after tomorrow. I happen to have time the day after tomorrow morning. I will watch the film first, and then talk about other things. Regardless of the film reviews, Ronald Goldberg still prefers to trust his own judgment. Peter Sanders nodded, and seeing that Ronald Goldberg was about to send him away, he hesitated and said, there is one more thing, about Sundance. David Ensign, the judge this time, happens to be my friend. I called him a few days ago. Ronald Goldberg knew Peter Sanders' character very well. He was not a generous person, so he didn't think he would help Simon Westeros lobby for awards. Glancing at the film reviews on the coffee table, Ronald Goldberg shook his head and said, in the current situation, do you think Sundance will let Lola Run go home empty-handed? Tell your friend that there is no need to do these little tricks. Simon Westeros' increased fame will also be good for the butterfly effect. After making and receiving calls for a whole morning, Simon learned that Ronald Goldberg wanted to see the finished film of Lola Run in person, so he returned to Los Angeles temporarily on Tuesday afternoon. On Wednesday morning, Ronald Goldberg watched the finished film and did not give much comment, but just doubled the price offered by Peter Sanders to $2 million. This was obviously still not what Simon was willing to accept. So he simply rejected some other invitations. Simon flew back to Utah again in the afternoon, determined to consider the release after Sundance was over. On the other hand, with the praise of Run Lola Run by various media at the beginning of this week, the attention of this film has gradually increased. Although the Sundance Film Festival is non-profit, the project operation still adopts standard commercial procedures. Whether it is the Utah government that subsidizes it or the advertising sponsors, they naturally hope that the film festival can get more attention. Therefore, when Run Lola Run began to attract attention, the organizing committee of the film festival continued to intentionally or unintentionally add fuel to the flames and took the initiative to contact more media for coverage. Then, Robert Redford's praise for Run Lola Run, the shortage of movie tickets for the film screening, the recipient of a $200,000 screenwriter contract from Fox Pictures, the young director who completed the film behind the scenes alone, and so on. All kinds of news appeared in the vision of more and more people unconsciously, and continued to increase the popularity of Simon himself and Run Lola Run. Park City. Time quickly came to the second weekend of the Sundance Film Festival. In a conference room at the foot of the West City Ski Resort at the Sundance Institute, David Anson, Rhonda Haynes, Jane Benix, Kit Carson and Amy Robinson, the judges of the feature film unit of this Sundance Film Festival, were discussing the final award results. Although he is the chairman of the Sundance Film Festival, Robert Redford has no right to interfere with the selection results of the judges. Of course, at least on the surface. Robert Redford was waiting for everyone to make a decision in another office at this time. However, Robert originally thought that he had reached a tacit understanding with the 5 people in advance, but in the conference room, the discussion about the award was obviously divided into 2 factions. On one side were Rhonda Haynes and Jane Benix, both of whom were very supportive of giving the grand jury prize to Run Lola Run. On the other side, Kit Carson and Amy Robinson preferred another film, Waiting for the Moon. As for Run Lola Run, both felt that Simon was too young and only needed to be given a special jury prize. Of course, as compensation, the only technical award in Sundance, the Photography Award, could also be given to the other party. Run Lola Run was well deserved in this regard. David Anson was silent besides the 4 people. After everyone argued for a while, Kit Carson suddenly looked at David Anson and said, "Rhonda, Jane, how about this? Let's vote." Rhonda Haynes and Jane Benix also glanced at David Anson, hesitated a little, and agreed. Then, there was no need for a show of hands to vote. It was already 2-2, and David Anson only needed to express his attitude. David Anson looked at the few people, but thought of the recent events. Before the opening of this Sundance, he received a call from his friend Peter Sanders, the current vice president of Fox, who hoped that he could suppress Simon Westeros's Run Lola Run during the award process. Later, after the first weekend of the film festival, perhaps because of the reputation of Run Lola Run or for other reasons, Peter Sanders called again and said that there was no need to do so. However, this is not over yet. On Wednesday afternoon, he received another call from Peter Sanders. Peter Sanders' tone seemed very helpless, but he said that Simon Westeros unceremoniously rejected Ronald Goldberg's very sincere cooperation conditions. Ronald Goldberg was also a little angry. He also learned that Simon Westeros wanted to wait for a prize after Sundance, so he hoped that David Anson could influence the award results again. After all this trouble, who do you think you are? Although David Anson is also a screenwriter, his main job is actually a special writer for Newsweek, and he does not rely too much on Hollywood. Therefore, David Anson had originally decided not to get involved in these things and planned to let the other 4 people make the decision. Unexpectedly, everyone handed the final decision to him. After hesitating for a moment, David Anson looked around at the other people, and then slowly said, "I choose Run Lola Run." Chapter 61. 18 years old. For Hollywood, in the last week of January 1987, the most popular topic was no longer the upcoming Golden Globe Awards, but a teenager and his first film. The third Sundance closed successfully, and Run Lola Run returned with a full load. This was the title of an article published in a very prominent position on the front page of The Hollywood Reporter on January 27. On January 26, at the closing ceremony of the Sundance Film Festival founded by Hollywood superstar Robert Redford, Run Lola Run won the 2 major awards of the Jury Grand Prix and Cinematography Award as expected. In the 10 days before that, due to its popularity, the Sundance Film Festival Organizing Committee had to temporarily double the number of screenings of Run Lola Run, but the screening tickets were still in short supply. At the awards ceremony that day, it was obviously influenced by Run Lola Run, and the Egyptian Theater in Park City was also full. However, after all, Sundance is just a film festival that has just started. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that during this period, rather than saying that the Sundance Film Festival has increased the fame of Run Lola Run, it is better to say that the media's coverage of Run Lola Run has in turn increased the attention of the Sundance Film Festival. Usually, after participating in such a film festival that is not very influential, everyone will have a brief period of excitement and glory, and everything will soon return to calm. However, for Simon, for Run Lola Run, many things have just begun. On January 28, Wednesday, an article in the Los Angeles Times completely lit up a certain name that has always appeared in the corner of many people's eyes unconsciously these days, making it so dazzling. 18 years old is a title that is so simple that it even has some suspense. The accompanying picture is a set photo during the filming of the casino scene in Run Lola Run. The young man with his hands on the edge of the gambling table, frowning slightly and staring at the roulette wheel in front of him, obviously thinking about something. Dozens of men and women around him, standing, sitting, leaning against the wall, or chatting in their spare time, obviously paid some attention to the boy at the table. Perfectly captured, it shows a strange and strong sense of control. Anyone who sees the photo can almost tell at a glance who is the center of the photo world. Peter Butler is obviously also a very good photographer and an excellent writer. First, think back, what were you doing when you were 18? Then, look at another person. He turned 18 in a public mental hospital in the small town of Watsonville in San Francisco. Dilapidated, gloomy, and cold, this was the deepest feeling I had when I visited there. However, he completed another nirvana in his life there. Why say again? Because his life seems to be full of countless unknown nirvanas. I have visited many people who used to be around him, and everyone said that he was a very hard-working person. However, I will only talk about his 18 years old today. In the first 4 months of his 18 years, he recovered from some kind of mental illness that came out of nowhere, so he changed his last name to Westeros. Simon Westeros. I asked him what Westeros meant. He said he couldn't say, and he didn't want to make up a reason to lie to me. Then I asked him where he was from, but he told me everything, even his experience in the mental hospital. Obviously, Westeros is more important, but we may never know. In the 5th month of his 18th year, he came to Los Angeles with 2 scripts and successfully persuaded the vice president of WMA to sign him, becoming the only screenwriter client of the other party. In the 6th month of his 18th year, he worked in a convenience store, earning $3.50 per hour and $140 per week. The convenience store owner said he was a cashier with a bright future, but his salary was not enough to pay the room. So he borrowed a guitar and made hundreds of dollars in an afternoon in Venice Beach. The hotel owner said he was a guitarist with a bright future. In the 7th month of his 18th year, he successfully sold his first script for $200,000, which is equivalent to 10 years for most screenwriters. In the 8th month of his 18th year, he began shooting his first film in his life. So, he became a producer, director, screenwriter, photographer, editor, lighting, music, and finally the stunning Run Lola Run. Stunning, this is the most appropriate word I can think of. The first time I met him was in a banquet hall of a hotel in Santa Monica. It was a casino scene, and there was no casino in Santa Monica. I asked the film's producer, Mr. Ron McMillan, if this was not a bug. Ron was a little speechless, gestured for a moment, and seemed to imitate someone's tone, and told me, the director said there should be a casino, so there was a casino. This joke-like remark left a deep impression on me. Now, I realize even more that it seems to be some kind of wonderful metaphor. Then, I stayed on his set for a whole afternoon, watching him control the entire crew in a way that was completely different from other film directors. He doesn't yell, nor does he explain patiently. He prefers to give orders. It seems that the whole movie is firmly in his mind, and he only needs to copy it back onto the film. As for other people, they are just props. Even himself. The lighting technician couldn't stand his harshness and resigned after working for only 3 days. He then took on the role of lighting technician himself. Before that, he was already a producer, a screenwriter, and a director. After that, he was also a composer, an editor, and a colorist. When we were in Park City, I asked him, "Isn't it tiring to do so much work?" He said no, it saves money. Of course, he does save money when making movies. With a budget of $650,000, he only spent $597,000 in the end. Obviously, in Hollywood, where cost control is always chaotic, all film company bosses are definitely looking forward to this type of director. However, I think it's more because he is too proud and thinks that other people's work is not as good as his own, so he likes to do it himself. Although everyone I have asked thinks he should be proud, including myself, at the same time, it is difficult for everyone to feel any arrogance from him. He seems to always be a very ordinary and peaceful young man. Regarding this point, some words from his girlfriend Jenny seem to explain a little. He is a guy who is so proud that he no longer cares about being proud, as if he is a god from another world who suddenly came to Earth to conquer the world. We were in a small restaurant in Park City at the time, and everyone had just attended the premiere of Lola Run. I was shocked beyond words by his movie, and I questioned countless times in my heart whether this was really a movie that an 18-year-old boy could make. As lunch was coming to an end, I finally couldn't help it, so I asked him, "Simon, are you a god?" He said no, he is a human. A man who likes women. P.S. After so many years, I suddenly realized that I am also a person who can watch 3 o'clock in the morning. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Agreement. As the most influential newspaper on the West Coast of the United States, the Los Angeles Times usually has more than 50 pages of news and information in its non-Sunday edition. Compared with the film review of Lola Run, which was previously hidden in an inconspicuous corner and difficult to be noticed by readers, Peter Butler's article about Simon was directly posted on the front page of the newspaper. Although it is still not front-page news, as a navigation information that is highly recommended, this part of the content is almost a must-read article for most subscribers. In this era, newspapers can be said to be the main channel for ordinary people to obtain information, and powerful paper media such as the Los Angeles Times have played a role in guiding public opinion. Moreover, a young man who broke out of a mental hospital, Madman, a unique surname, earned $200,000 for a script, made a highly praised independent film at the age of 18. A genius boy. Peter Butler listed Simon's series of personal labels in the article. For Americans who admire miracles, adventures, and personal heroism, it is simply a perfect embodiment of the American dream. So, with this article in the Los Angeles Times, Simon's attention, which had been accumulated piecemeal in some media since he signed the screenwriter contract for The Butterfly Effect with Fox Films last year, completely exploded. It seemed that suddenly, many people began to discuss, who is Simon Westeros? Then, a series of news about Simon since he emerged last year were rediscovered by the pervasive media, and every detail involved in Peter Butler's article became the subject of discussion in some media. Even a local Los Angeles tabloid broke the news on the front page about Simon's attack in Santa Monica late at night last year. Although it was noted that this was a real case confirmed by the Santa Monica Police Department, the tabloid completely adopted a surprising and humorous tone, describing Simon as if you had seen it with his own eyes, fighting 1 against 5, bravely smashing the right legs of 5 gangsters, and knocking out 7 teeth of a gangster with 1 elbow. It was simply Bruce Lee reborn. Then, due to its proximity, the San Francisco Chronicle, which is also quite influential in San Francisco, also published a biography of Simon, which completed all his experiences before the age of 18. He grew up in a children's orphanage in San Jose. His original surname. He was the only top student in the community public high school who was admitted to Stanford in many years. He suddenly suffered from schizophrenia less than 2 months after entering Stanford. The San Francisco Chronicle described Simon's growth experience from childhood to adulthood in a very sympathetic tone, and questioned the children's orphanage in San Jose based on Simon's past of being self-reliant at the age of 13. It also speculated that the root of Simon's mental illness was probably due to the strong pressure caused by years of hard life. As for why such a teenager who came out of the bottom of society could suddenly shoot a highly praised independent film, The San Francisco Chronicle could not find the root cause. However, the newspaper did not show too much surprise, but quoted a sentence from Simon's middle school teacher who was interviewed by the newspaper. "Simon is a very hard-working child, and I would not be surprised if he creates any miracles." This view is almost identical to the argument in Peter Butler's article, and it also unknowingly created a realistic basis for the fact that Simon suddenly became a film genius. Of course, in the midst of the commotion, there is no lack of doubts. After the Los Angeles Times published the article about Simon, many people in the countless calls to the newspaper editorial office were surprised that Peter Butler praised a young man so highly, and even felt that the Los Angeles Times was sensationalizing. Regarding the news published by the gossip tabloid about Simon fighting 5 people alone, the host of a late-night talk show on her local TV station even mocked it unceremoniously. As public opinion continued to accumulate and brew, the public's final attention gradually shifted to one thing: Simon's movie, Run Lola Run. "Since you said that boy was so outstanding, then, can you show us the movie?" Therefore, as Simon's most direct partner with Hollywood, many calls were also made to Fox Films to inquire about the release date of Run Lola Run. Many newspapers that were just watching the excitement and had not yet joined the discussion also urged Hollywood film companies to push Run Lola Run to theaters as soon as possible, either sincerely or jokingly. Los Angeles. Since the publicity campaign had been successful, after Simon returned from Park City, he simply asked his agent Jonathan Friedman to help contact and held a small preview for Hollywood film companies in a screening room in Century City. In the following days, Simon frequently negotiated with the senior executives of major film companies in person. However, the results were not satisfactory. January 30th, Friday. Near the end of the get-off-work day, returning from the Warner Studios in Burbank, the Chevrolet SUV stopped in front of the villa in the Montana area. Janet pushed the door open and got out of the car. She looked at her boyfriend, who returned empty-handed again on the other side of the car. The woman walked over and hugged Simon's arm, leaned her head against his shoulder, and said, "Sooner or later, the film companies will chase you for cooperation, just like Spielberg." Simon brought the woman to the door, took out the key to open the door, and said with a smile, "Just like Spielberg? Why can't we be our own bosses and let those executives work for us instead?" "Yeah, Janet nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said with certainty, "Deanery's Pictures will definitely develop into a big company like Fox and Warner in the future." Simon pushed open the door and saw Janet still hanging on him. He reached out and picked up the woman's light body, gently threw her onto the sofa in the living room, then smiled and said, "Your imagination is still not enough. In the future, I want to be the master of the entire Hollywood like Morgan and Rockefeller did back then." I remember seeing a corporate tree diagram of Hollywood's major film companies in the early 20th century. The 8 major film companies at that time, if you trace back, half belonged to Morgan and half belonged to Rockefeller. That was the golden age of capital. Janet was thrown on the sofa by Simon. Listening to what he just said, her body was soft and she barely propped herself up. Her face flushed as she looked at the man who hung the bag on the hanger. "Simon, I will help you." "Okay," Simon agreed. Seeing the message on the phone in the living room, he walked over and pressed it casually, saying, "How about starting by helping me make dinner?" "Yeah." Janet nodded, but hugged a pillow and lazily lay on the sofa without moving. On the other side, the phone message was from Mike McDowell, president of Orion Pictures, asking Simon if he had time tonight and hoped to have dinner together. Simon naturally understood Mike McDowell's intentions and couldn't help but think about it in his heart. In recent days, Simon has basically contacted all 7 major film companies in Hollywood. However, the conditions offered by the 7 major companies are difficult to satisfy him. Simon was not greedy. The heated media discussion surrounding his age when making Run Lola Run was just like the Blair Witch Project, which was a huge success in the original time and space due to viral marketing. It might only be used once in this life. If it is operated properly and the luck is good enough, Run Lola Run is likely to create a small box office miracle. Simon can also accumulate a good amount of original capital with this opportunity. However, the long-term industry advantages have made the 7 major film companies very strong in the cooperation negotiations. In addition, Run Lola Run lacks the standard commercial film attributes. The conditions offered by each company are generally lower than Simon's expectations. Simon obviously does not have much room for bargaining. When he left Warner Studios in the afternoon, Simon had already confirmed a reality in his heart. At least for now. The 7 major film companies are not ideal partners. After reorganizing his thoughts, Simon looked at Janet, who was still lying on the sofa, and smiled. Get up. You don't have to make dinner. Let's go eat together. Since he had made a decision, Simon no longer pinned his hopes on the 7 major film companies. Mike Meadow, president of Orion Pictures, has been very interested in this project since he read the script and storyboard drawings of Run Lola Run. Compared with the 7 major film companies, Orion Pictures can also stand on a relatively equal position to negotiate cooperation with Simon. Both parties have a tendency to cooperate, so they hit it off at the subsequent dinner. After 2 days of intensive negotiations over the weekend, Simon quickly reached a distribution agreement with Orion Pictures. On Monday, February 2nd, an announcement in The Hollywood Reporter quickly attracted the attention of many people. Orion Pictures has reached an agreement with Simon Westeros, and Run Lola Run will officially land in North American theaters on February 13th. Chapter 63 Contract Details. Arizona. Coolidge, a small town south of Phoenix. The time was February 3rd. At 2 p.m., Kathryn Bigelow stood in front of the hotel where the crew was staying. She saw a dusty black Chevrolet SUV coming from the distance on the street. When the car stopped, she subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Simon pushed the door open and got out of the car. He looked at Kathryn, who was wearing a tight black sweater and jeans, then he opened his arms and hugged the woman, saying, "You look more attractive in black." Kathryn glared at Simon with a slightly annoyed expression, then said, "I heard the news in The Hollywood Reporter yesterday. Is it really okay for you to come here like this?" "Of course not. Everything is basically done. Next I'll just have to wait for the release. Besides, I think I should leave for a while. Some things are better in moderation." Kathryn nodded as if she understood, then gestured behind her and said, "I've prepared a room for you. Also, have you had lunch?" Simon shook his head and smiled. "No, I thought I'd come over quickly and let you treat me." Kathryn rolled her eyes at him again, raised her hand and pointed to the street not far away across the street. "Let's go over there, there's a restaurant there." The two walked through the wide asphalt road of the small town. Simon looked at the almost deserted streets, and remembered the endless Gobi Desert on both sides of the Intercontinental Highway when he rushed here. He sighed and said, "It's so empty here." "There are about 6,000 people in Coolidge, which is already a lot," Kathryn said as she walked beside Simon, and then said, "Didn't you originally plan to cooperate with Fox Film? Why did it become Orion?" "We can't reach an agreement," Simon said helplessly. "Orion is easier to communicate with." Kathryn nodded in understanding, and asked, "What conditions did Orion offer?" When they arrived outside the restaurant, Simon pushed open the door for the woman, and then said, "They will only take the North American theater distribution rights for the time being, and other channels will retain priority. The share ratio on our side is 15%. Kathryn walked into the restaurant and was a little surprised to hear Simon say this. 15%, not bad. Hollywood film companies that have publicity and distribution channels are very powerful. When distributing a film, they usually take more than 30% of the box office share of a film after spending on publicity, distribution and commissions. On the other hand, due to low attendance and other reasons, the share that non-mainstream art films get from theater chains is generally low, and some films can only get less than 30% of the box office from theater chains. Combining the two, Simon was able to secure a 15% box office share for a low-cost film like Run Lola Run, which still surprised Kathryn a little. The two sat down at the dining table. Simon ordered a lunch and asked the waiter to bring a pot of coffee. Then he explained, "It's not as good as you think. This is conditional. The copy fee must be paid by ourselves. In addition, I have signed a package contract with Orion for screenwriter and director." In order to get this 15% share, Simon and Mike Meadow spent a whole day last Saturday, almost pushing one more decimal point. Even the two additional conditions were a tug-of-war. Mike Meadow thought that since Simon was willing to bear the cost of copying, he should pay the fee first. Simon couldn't afford the money now, so he naturally couldn't agree. In the end, Orion Pictures paid the money first and deducted it from the box office share in the future. As for the package contract, Mike Meadow first took a fancy to Final Destination and wanted to sign it for $500,000. Among them, $300,000 was Simon's director's salary, and $200,000 was the script fee for Final Destination. Of course, although he was not a member of the two major director and screenwriter unions, according to industry practice, Simon could still enjoy similar profit-sharing terms as union members. Final Destination had actually been favored by Fox, but the other party was still waiting for the response of the butterfly effect and did not make an offer. Of course, according to the exception clause in Simon's contract with Fox, if he was willing to direct, it would be no problem to hand over Final Destination to Orion. However, Simon had no interest in directing the film himself. He only wanted to sign a blank contract that did not involve any details for the time being, and then talk about specific cooperation when he had a script that he was interested in. Mike McDowell naturally couldn't agree. In the end, both sides made some compromises. Simon signed a blank contract with a base salary of $500,000, but reserved the right to renegotiate the profit-sharing terms. In the restaurant, Kathryn held a cup of coffee and listened to Simon explain the details of her battle of wits and courage with Mike Meadow, and said with a smile, $500,000, what are you not satisfied with? I only have $150,000. Simon retracted his arm on the table, asked the waiter to put down the lunch, picked up the cutlery, tasted a bite of pasta, and said, when I have money, I will give you a blank contract. Just fill in how much investment and how much pay you want. Kathryn dodged Simon's gaze and said, I don't need your money. Then I will help you get investment in the future. I can do it myself. Simon nodded quickly. Oh, yes. Kathryn looked at Simon and began to lower his head to eat, pursed his lips, and said, You think I can't make a good movie? Simon immediately shook his head. Of course not. I believe you will become the first Oscar-winning female director. But Kathryn still stared at Simon, not believing him at all, and insisted, You just think I can't make a good movie. Simon didn't expect women's intuition to be so sharp, and he really wanted to swallow back what he had just said. Simon raised his head again and looked at Kathryn seriously, saying, No one can walk right after birth, so even if you can't shoot well now, you will definitely be able to shoot well in the future. Kathryn met Simon's eyes again, and suddenly felt like a sulky little girl. Oh my God, she was really crazy. She picked up the coffee cup, lowered her eyes and took a sip, and glanced at him secretly. She was relieved when Simon started eating again. After a moment of silence, Kathryn found a new topic and whispered, Well, how many screens can Orion give to run Lola Run? Simon seemed to have forgotten the conversation just now, and said casually, About 200 yuan. This is the only amount that can be pulled in 2 weeks, and this is because it is the off-season now. Moreover, these screens are mainly concentrated on the West Coast. For the time being, only New York will have some previews on the East Coast. The media industry in the 1980s was far from being as developed as it is later. The current discussion about Simon and Run Lola Run is basically focused on a few West Coast states and counties that the Los Angeles Times can reach. Therefore, Orion has temporarily chosen to concentrate its publicity and distribution resources on the West Coast. The 200 screens for the opening have actually exceeded Simon's expectations. In this era when Star Wars only had 1,000 screens for the opening, Simon naturally cannot ask for too much. Even if he cooperates with a Big 7, they will only give him about 300 to 400 screens at most, but Simon will definitely not get 15% of the share, and it is impossible for him to temporarily retain the distribution rights of other channels. After a simple lunch, Simon and Kathryn left the restaurant together, and then asked about Blood Night. How is your shooting plan arranged? The next month is night shooting, starting at 6 p.m. and lasting until 2 a.m., Kathryn said. The two crossed the asphalt road and returned to the other side. After a pause, the woman suddenly said, You, don't say those words to me again. Simon pretended to be stupid. What? Kathryn didn't look at Simon, and threatened slightly, Otherwise, I will tell Jenny. Simon immediately raised one hand. Okay, I promise. Hearing Simon's insincere tone, Kathryn just glared at him in a reproachful way. Back at the hotel, Kathryn first took Simon to settle in the room, and introduced him to some other main crew members of Blood Night. The male lead of Blood Night is named Adrian Pasdar, and coincidentally, the other party happens to be a client of Jonathan Friedman. The heroine Jenny Wright is a baby-faced girl with short hair. She is very beautiful, but her temperament is pure and she lacks the coldness and weirdness that a vampire should have. Simon then met the producer of the film, Edward Feldman, a middle-aged man in his 50s. The other party had obviously heard about some recent events in Hollywood. When he saw Simon, he was very polite and did not show any dissatisfaction with his joining the crew midway. He also signed an employment contract with him in person. After getting to know each other, Simon quickly integrated into the work of the crew from the evening. Simon's position is assistant director. Since it is a regular crew, the salary is not bad, $500 a week. Of course, Simon was here to help, so he naturally didn't care about the money. When Simon began to hide during the day and go out at night in Arizona, the promotion of Run Lola Run in Los Angeles was also advancing rapidly. Although Orion had some opinions about Simon's sudden departure at this time, it did not ask him to return, because it was not needed. Before leaving, Simon had already finished the posters and trailers that might be needed, and the film had no plans to hold the premiere. What Orion did was basically to contact theaters, put up posters, and put the trailer of Run Lola Run on local TV stations in Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego and other cities a week before the release. These seem simple, but a newly started film company cannot do it without experience and connections. Moreover, in just 2 weeks of distribution, the total publicity and promotion budget invested by Orion easily reached $500,000, and this is based on the cost of copying Run Lola Run on Simon's side. You know, the total cost of about 200 copies of Run Lola Run is also about $150,000. This shows how expensive the cost of film distribution was in the film era, which is also the reason why many low-cost films basically cannot land in theaters and can only flow directly into videotape channels. Due to the tight schedule of Run Lola Run and the appropriate publicity and promotion methods of Orion Pictures, from the rise of the topic of Simon in the media to the release of the film, the relevant media discussions have remained in a very active state. This continued until Friday, February 13th. Run Lola Run has finally been officially released in major cities on the West Coast and in theaters in New York on the East Coast, with a total of 207 screens. P.S. There will only be 2 chapters today. The next chapter will be at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 64 Rating Issues. Unbelievable. It seemed that when he woke up, his first movie was about to be released. He originally thought that he would have to wait for at least 2 or 3 years for this day. Unfortunately, his parents could not see it first, because only New York had theaters showing it on the East Coast. Fortunately, he had sent the poster back early, and secretly copied the clip he cut to send to the crew of Back to the Future 2. He also earnestly reminded his parents in the letter not to leak the videotape, especially to prevent his sister from doing so, because Jess was at the age of showing off and was still so restless. After work in the afternoon, he immediately left Warner Studios and drove back to West Hollywood. Keanu was already waiting for him on Santa Monica Boulevard, with a group of men and women, a very popular guy. Although he has many years of acting experience, Run Lola Run happened to be Keanu's first theatrical film. Of course, this guy's role was a bit too bad. After everyone got to know each other, they rushed to a nearby theater that they had inquired about in advance. Maybe it was because it was Friday, but there were quite a few people in the theater, and they lined up. Looking at the eye-catching poster of Run Lola Run in the theater hall, she silently prayed that these people were here to watch her movie. There were 7 of us in her group, so naturally, we didn't need to line up, so she volunteered to take on this task. Mixed in the crowd, she listened carefully to the names called out by the people in front of her who were buying tickets. Platoon, yes, I know this, it was also released by Orion. Run Lola Run, he, Ad 1. Run Lola Run, Ad 2. Over the top, huh? She turned her head and looked at the posters in the hall. Oh, Stallone's new movie, we won't compare it. Run Lola Run, ding, Ad 3. Black Widow, huh? Spider? Soon she was in the second place, and heard the middle-aged man in front of her with a boy said, "Miss, what is the rating of Run Lola Run?" She was stunned for a moment. Oh, why didn't I notice this? She quickly pricked up her ears. The ticket seller also saw the boy in front of the window and replied, "Sir, it's R-rated, do you still need it?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Noticing his father's hesitation, the boy said dissatisfiedly, "Dad, I'm not a child anymore." The middle-aged man looked at his son and had to ask the ticket seller again, "Miss, do you think, is there anything too inappropriate in this movie?" The ticket seller shook his head and smiled, "Sorry, sir, the movie was just released today and I haven't seen it either." She stood at the back and listened, her head a little confused. How could it be R-rated? Even if it can't reach PG, PG-13 must be absolutely fine, right? Seeing that the father in front of her was still hesitant, she wanted to remind him directly, "It's okay, I can guarantee it. If you don't believe me, look at my face." In the end, she didn't speak presumptuously. The father and son finally chose Stallone's Up. So she walked up to him and asked, "What's the rating of Up?" In order to avoid being easily recognized and embarrassed, she wore a pair of black framed glasses without lenses today, and her hair had been dyed back. The ticket seller looked at her, and although he felt that she looked familiar, he didn't think much about it and replied politely, "Miss, it's PG. Sylvester Stallone's movie is PG rated, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Are you kidding me?" Seeing that she was a little dazed, the ticket seller patiently said, "Miss, do you want it?" Okay. Who made me have a short name? Arnold Schwarzenegger's next movie must be G-rated. She complained in her heart, but still nodded and handed over the stack of change in her hand. Yes, 7, for the next show of Run Lola Run. This time, the ticket seller was stunned for a moment, then smiled and lowered his head to check, but looked up regretfully and said, "Sorry, miss, there are only 3 tickets left for the 6:20 show." "How can 3 be enough?" She immediately asked, "When is the next show?" The ticket seller checked again and said, 8:10. Her eyes widened. "Why does it take so long?" This time the ticket seller immediately replied, "Miss, there's only one screening room in our theater showing Run Lola Run." She was even more unhappy. "Since the tickets are selling so well, why don't you add more shows?" The ticket seller still smiled politely and said, "Miss, this is not up to me to decide. You can call our manager to report this matter." "I will definitely do it." I muttered this in my heart and ran away from the line. "Hey, Keanu, you idiot, why are you in such a hurry to buy popcorn? Are you going to sit on the curb and watch the street scene with it in your hands?" Hearing that the next show would not be until after 8 o'clock, a group of young people left again. They changed 2 movie theaters in a row and finally succeeded in buying 7 tickets. This is a large screening room with about 150 people. As soon as I entered, there was a buzz around it. There were so many people. 7 people took the initiative to sit in the last row, and waited patiently for a while. The last few seats in the screening room were also filled. They were immediately happy again. However, thinking about the recent heated discussions in the media, this does not seem strange at all. Who doesn't want to see what kind of movie an 18-year-old madman can make? Then I thought of him. It's really surprising that he actually has such an experience. However, you can't tell at all on weekdays, and he looks more normal than anyone else. Think about it carefully. No, he is not normal at all. Who can shoot a movie like Run Lola Run at such a young age? Moreover, occasionally, I can really feel the alienation in his eyes towards people like me. He is a guy who is so proud that he disdains pride, as if he is a god from another world who suddenly came to the world to conquer the world. Inexplicably, the words of his girlfriend Jenny in the Los Angeles Times emerged in my mind. Tisk. How can it be so exaggerated? Sure enough, people in love see each other as the best in the world. However, think about it carefully. Bah, I won't think about it, I'm not his girlfriend. Suddenly, I felt a little regretful that I couldn't go to Park City with him. I heard that it became very lively there because of Run Lola Run. Thinking about these, she seemed to be nonchalant on the surface, chatting casually with Keanu and the others, as if she didn't care at all. The lights in the theater dimmed, and everyone was quiet. As usual, there was a patch advertisement first. At the beginning, it was still the same subtitles. I felt that it could be cut out, just to be mysterious. However, it seemed that if it was cut out, it would really feel like something was missing. Then, the sound of the pendulum, the sound of the second hand, the sound of music, the shouting. There was no time for people to think at all, a hurried and compact 80 minutes. When the subtitles began to slowly fall, she looked around, and the theater seemed to be filled with some inexplicable emotions. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? Haha. Then she began to watch the subtitles with relish. I didn't feel much when the movie was filmed, but now looking at the subtitles, I realized that he had done so many things. Until the lights came on, everyone in the hall seemed to still be immersed in the atmosphere just now. Then, the boy sitting on the other side of Keanu suddenly shouted loudly, "It's so fucking cool." And then started to clap. So shameful. Do you have to be so exaggerated? You will be beaten if you are found out. However, that guy's shout seemed to ignite the atmosphere in the theater. Everyone gradually followed suit and applauded. Wow, wow, wow. After such a lively moment, everyone began to leave with buzzing discussions. Following the flow of people to leave the theater, I deliberately stayed in the theater ticket hall for a while and found that many people who had just come out together went back to the ticket window. The ticket window, which was originally small in number, suddenly formed a line again. Realizing something, I felt satisfied immediately. Leaving the theater, the night had already fallen, and the streets of Los Angeles were already flashing neon lights. They went to eat together, and even jokingly thanked the guy who just shouted, but the other party said that he really thought it was very cool and claimed that he would take time to watch it twice. Okay, you are serious. Then she thought about the ratings again, and talked about it with everyone, still feeling very unfair. Basically, everyone has been in Hollywood longer than her and knows more. After a discussion, she realized that the MPAA, which is responsible for film ratings, is controlled by the 7 major film companies. Those people often give unreasonable ratings to some independent filmmakers' films to suppress competitors. This must be the fact. I heard that the 7 major film companies are very interested in Lola Run, but he gave the distribution rights to Orion. It is unreasonable for them not to suppress you. It's just too unfair. Then I thought about it again. The 3 theaters that showed Lola Run in a row tonight were full, and it seemed that they were not affected too much. Only then did I feel relieved. I played with everyone until 11 o'clock in the evening. I returned to the apartment, washed up, and planned to rest, but suddenly I thought of him again. I heard that he ran away to Arizona. Alice, it's a pity that I don't know his phone number, otherwise I would definitely call him to congratulate him. Of course, I also have to denounce the MPAA's rating of Lola Run. We share the same hatred and enemies. Thinking about this, I suddenly couldn't sleep. So I picked up the phone and curled up on the sofa, turning down the TV volume. I picked up the phone, but suddenly I didn't know who to call. Parents and friends on the East Coast definitely can't do it. There is a 3-hour time difference, and it's already past 2 in the morning there. In Los Angeles, I have made a lot of friends in the past 6 months, but I haven't reached the point where I can chat on the phone late at night. After hesitating for a moment, I dialed the number of his villa in Montana. After a beep, of course no one answered, and then there was a reminder tone for the phone message. That's for sure. However, in this case, he started to talk to himself. Hi, Simon, this is Sandy. Keanu and I went to see Lola Run tonight. There were so many people. We went to 3 theaters before we found seats. Also, do you know what the movie rating is? It's rated R. I think PG-13 should be fine. He talked a lot for several minutes, and finally pretended to be suddenly reminded of the fact that he was not in Los Angeles, so he made a few excuses and put down the phone. Then he regretted it again. So stupid. However, after making such a call, the sleepiness that had disappeared suddenly came back. Who cares? Sleep. Anyway, how did the sentence go? Yet. Tomorrow, another new day. P.S. Next chapter, 5 p.m. Chapter 65 Premiere Feedback. She has always been a free person. Like a cat. She can be elegant, naughty, and coquettish when she is with many people. She can live well and freely when she is alone. She thought it would always be like this. Until one day, one night, or maybe the moment when someone grabbed her wrist. She was tamed all of a sudden. He was strong enough, talented enough, mysterious enough, but he could tolerate her little pampering, indulge her little perversity, and indulge her little evil. He was simply a perfect lover. Then she quickly got attached to him. Humph. Seeing him run to Arizona, she didn't stop him. She was still thinking about a prank she had done before. She didn't know if Kate, who had been teased by her repeatedly, could withstand his temptation. But she suddenly felt uncomfortable when she was empty again. So she just lived in his house these days, walking around the villa quietly every day, like a cat after its owner left home. She slept in his bedroom at night. I don't know when, but I seemed to hear the phone ringing. I hate answering the phone the most, especially this kind of call in the middle of the night. I hate it, hate it, hate it. Don't you know that no one is home? I pulled a pillow over my head and quickly transferred a message on the other end of the phone. I was dazed when a girl's voice sounded. She started to talk to herself with a giggle. I listened reluctantly. Oh, It was Sandra Bullock. She called at this time. I don't know whether to suddenly pick up the phone to embarrass her. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Listening to the girl talking about the full theater of Run Lola Run on the phone, I was quite proud. Unfortunately, I don't like to go to the cinema to watch movies. I am more used to private screening rooms. Sandra also mentioned the rating of Run Lola Run. I was also a little angry. Simon laughed. She has been in contact with Orion as a representative of the production company these days, so she knows the details. It is obvious that the 7 major film companies are playing tricks. Run Lola Run was originally rated PG-13, which would have been no problem, but it was rated R in the end. Moreover, due to the tight release schedule, there was not even time to appeal, so it could only be hastily released with an R rating. Thinking of this, after Sandra hung up the phone, she was also angry and no longer wanted to sleep. What a good reason. Little boy, you have to comfort me quickly, otherwise I will suffer from insomnia. When she was about to pick up the phone when she got to the bed, she remembered that he had called her recently and said that the crew was shooting at night and had to work until 2 o'clock in the morning every day. He must not be in the hotel now. She had to give up. She turned around and buried her face in his pillow and sniffed. She had just washed the bedding diligently recently, but she still felt his breath. Suddenly she was not so angry anymore. Go to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already bright. After breakfast, she changed into a burgundy office lady suit and drove her burgundy Ford sedan to Orion. The focus of Orion Pictures' recent operations has been Oliver Stone's Platoon. This politically charged film reflecting on the Vietnam War has won several important awards such as Best Picture and Best Director at the Golden Globe Awards last month. It has also received multiple nominations at the upcoming Oscars and is a hot favorite in this award season. Moreover, the box office of Platoon is also very good. From the initial preview to now, the cumulative box office of this movie with a production cost of only $6 million has exceeded $40 million. Although the main focus is on Platoon, Orion Pictures has not relaxed the promotion of Run Lola Run and has set up a special office. Janet rushed to the headquarters of Orion Pictures and worked with several staff members for a whole morning to roughly sort out the feedback information from all aspects after the release of Run Lola Run yesterday, mainly the film reviews of major newspapers and audience surveys. As for the box office, we have to wait until next Monday to get the box office data results for the first 3 days of the weekend. The initial feedback of the film is better than everyone expected. The film reviews of major newspapers are almost one-sided praise, and the audience survey information also shows the popularity of the film. Some theater managers even called and hoped to increase the scale of screenings appropriately next week. They were busy until noon, and Janet personally faxed the sorted information to Arizona. During this period, although the crew finished work at 2 a.m., they usually rested at 3 or 4 a.m. Some staff members even resigned because they could not stand staying up late for a long time. Simon was in good health and did not feel too much discomfort. Run Lola Run was officially released yesterday, but Simon could not see it. Although Arizona is also adjacent to California, only the state capital Phoenix has a small number of theaters showing Run Lola Run. Everyone stayed in the small town of Coolidge and naturally could not see it. As his first movie after returning to this era, Simon was full of confidence, but he was still a little nervous. He went to bed at 3 a.m. last night and woke up before 9 a.m. He wanted to call Los Angeles as soon as possible, but he had to give up because he thought that it was an hour later than here and they had not started work yet. He simply drove to Phoenix, more than 50 kilometers north, and hurriedly bought a lot of newspapers. When he returned to Coolidge, it was already past 11 o'clock. The crew members got up one after another and were rushing to the crew's designated restaurant in 2s and 3s to eat. Simon parked the car on the roadside and happened to see Kathryn and several other people walking out of the hotel, talking and laughing. Seeing Simon, who had just got off the car, Kathryn smiled and greeted him, saying, "Simon, how is the release of Run Lola Run going?" "Well, everyone is going to have lunch. Let's go together and chat." Simon nodded, took a stack of newspapers in his hand, and greeted Jenny Wright, Adrian Pasdar and others beside Kathryn. Jenny Wright was holding the arm of a handsome young man, who was her boyfriend. He happened to come to visit the studio in recent days. What surprised Simon was that the young man's name was Nicolas Cage. So, Hollywood is really small. During this period of time, They have become very familiar with each other, and everyone knows that Simon's movie was released yesterday. After sitting down in the restaurant, Kathryn and others looked at the newspaper in Simon's hand. Simon simply distributed the newspaper to everyone. Although Jenny Wright looks pure, she is actually very wild and likes rock and roll. The girl took a copy of the Arizona Daily Star, quickly searched through it, and immediately read aloud with great interest, "I found it, Run Lola Run." From the beginning to the end, I didn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could make such an outstanding movie. However, I entered the theater yesterday with doubts, and was shocked by a splendid audition feast. Excellent shots, excellent soundtracks, excellent editing, and even more rare is the excellent film concept. Run Lola Run has the qualifications to be recorded in the history of movies, and Simon Westeros will undoubtedly become one of the most outstanding filmmakers in Hollywood. Wow, is it so exaggerated? Simon, it seems that I need to watch this movie as soon as possible, and also consider me as the heroine of your next movie. In the restaurant, after listening to Jenny Wright's reading, everyone became interested in the other newspapers that Simon distributed. They grabbed a copy in twos and threes and read together. In the end, to everyone's surprise, all of the more than 10 newspapers Simon brought back gave positive praise, except for one article that questioned whether the movie was shot by Simon himself. Jenny Wright even joked that Simon must have thrown away all the newspapers with bad reviews on the way. Since it was Saturday, everyone quickly agreed to go to Phoenix to watch Run Lola Run tonight. After a lively time in lunch, when Simon saw the official documents from Orion faxed from Los Angeles, he finally felt relieved about the box office prospects of Run Lola Run. P.S. Next chapter, 10 p.m. Chapter 66 opening. The weekend passed quickly amid the media's praise for Run Lola Run. However, since February 16th is the third Monday in February, President's Day, one of the federal holidays. According to convention, the weekend box office of the new week is calculated from the 4 days from February 13th to February 16th, which is actually an important reason why Orion chose to set the release date on February 13th. February 17th, Tuesday. As he has been very busy recently, Mike Madawa, president of Orion Pictures, has not had much rest in the past 3 days of vacation. However, he still rushed to the company early today. Sitting in the office, thinking about the ups and downs of Orion Pictures in the past year, Mike Madawa even felt a little bit of surviving a disaster. In 1985, Orion produced and released 12 movies, and the best one, Finding Susan, only earned $27 million in North American box office, and 9 of them were in the red. Due to a series of box office failures, Orion, which had just begun 1986 and was in a serious financial crisis, faced the fate of being taken over by the well-known Wall Street investment group Warburg Pincus. Once the takeover was completed, all the original company management would be dismissed. At the critical moment, the company's CEO Arthur Krim persuaded his friend, media tycoon John Kruger, to buy 6.5% of Orion shares, bringing the company the most needed working capital, which saved everyone's jobs. Then, everything seemed to start going smoothly. Back to School, released by Orion in the summer, completely got the company out of the financial crisis with a North American box office of more than $90 million. At the end of last year, the company's key release Platoon, the cumulative box office as of last week also exceeded $40 million. According to the current box office curve, the North American box office of this movie can easily sprint to the $100 million mark. In addition, in terms of awards, Orion also reaped a lot this year. With the excellent reputation of the 3 films Platoon, Hannah and Her Sisters and The Boss, Orion received a total of 18 nominations at the upcoming 59th Academy Awards, more than any of the 7 majors. Now, it is already 1987, and Orion seems to have completely inherited last year's good luck. At the beginning of the new year, the company picked up a small box office dark horse from the 7 majors. Run Lola Run. Although the box office data for the first weekend has not yet been seen, based on the feedback from various aspects in the past few days, Mike Meadow has no doubt that this movie will give Orion a good start in 1987. Just as he was flipping through a document and thinking about these things, the secretary knocked on the door. Mr. Madawa, Miss Johnston is here. Let her in. Mike Madawa responded, thought for a moment, stood up and asked, by the way, has the box office data for last weekend been delivered? The secretary shook his head. Do you need me to urge you? No, Just send it to my office later. Also, make 2 cups of coffee, Mike Medow said as he turned around his desk and extended his hand to Janet, who had already walked in. Ms. Johnston, it's so early today. Janet smiled and shook hands with Mike Medow, saying, aren't you the same? This is my job, of course I have to work harder, Mike Medow said, motioning for Janet to sit down in the reception area, and he sat down opposite the coffee table and said, it's usually delivered at 9:30, so it's about time. Janet also heard the conversation between Mike Medow and the secretary just now, and just nodded slightly. The two sat down, and Mike Medow was about to ask Simon about his recent situation, but the office door was pushed open again. The secretary raised a fax in his hand and said, Mr. Medow, the box office has been delivered. Mike Medow felt that the secretary's tone was a little stuttering, and his face was full of doubts. He even had some bad premonitions in his heart, so he simply stood up and took the box office report. Just a glance, Mike Medow's expression also became strange, and he turned his head and asked the secretary, are you sure it's right? The secretary seemed to have not recovered yet, and said, Mr. Medow, how about I call and ask? Although he felt that the probability of the data in his hand being wrong was not high, Mike Medow still nodded. Janet also stood up and walked over, holding out her hand and saying, Mr. Medow, can I take a look? Oh, of course. Mike Medow handed the box office report to Janet and said, the data should be fine, but this is incredible, much higher than I thought. Janet did not answer, but her eyes fell on the box office report in her hand, and she saw the name of Run Lola Run and the box office figures at a glance. $5.51 million. Not bad. This was Janet's first thought. Then she began to calculate. $5.51 million, according to the 15% fixed box office share agreed by Simon and Orion, just from the box office of the past 4 days, she can get back more than $800,000, even if the copy fees to be paid in the future are taken into account. This is already a return on investment. Mike Medow noticed that Janet only raised her eyebrows slightly, with a satisfied smile on her lips. Although he knew that it was because she had just started working in this industry and it was difficult for her to understand what the box office data of Run Lola Run meant, he still wanted to wake up the woman in front of him and said loudly, is this your reaction? At the same time, in Century City, Beverly Hills, less than a kilometer away from the headquarters of Orion Pictures, Fox Studios, Ronald Goldberg waved the box office report in his hand and questioned his assistant loudly, $5.51 million. How is this possible? Did the theater chain make a mistake? The assistant held a folder in his hand, but he was not as flustered as Mike Medow's secretary. He answered with certainty, Mr. Goldberg, I have called to confirm, it's correct. Hearing the assistant's calm tone, Ronald Goldberg took a deep breath and waved to her. The assistant left, and Ronald Goldberg sat down again, opened the drawer next to his desk, glanced at the cigar box inside, but closed it casually, picked up the box office report again, and scanned it line by line. North American box office data for the 7th weekend of 1987. First place, Platoon, $12.87 million, Orion. Second place, Cruel Fate, $6.31 million, Buena Vista. Third place, Swing, $5.99 million, Fox. Fourth place, Run Lola Run, $5.51 million, Orion. Fifth place, Up, $5.15 million, Warner. In the top 5 list, except for the first place, the currently popular Platoon, which has a box office of over $10 million, the box office of the other 4 movies does not seem to be much different. However, if you continue to compare the number of screens for several movies, you will find how big the gap is. Among the 5 movies, except for Run Lola Run, even Fox's Swing has a screen number of 932. The other 3 movies all have more than 1,000 screens, and Stallone's new film Up has a screen size of 1,758 screens. In comparison, the number of screens for Run Lola Run was only 207, less than a quarter of that for Swing and an eighth of that for Up. However, with only 207 screens, Run Lola Run grossed $5.51 million and made it into the top 5 of the North American weekend box office chart. How could this not be surprising? Moreover, with such an excellent box office at the beginning, what will happen next? You know, Orion has only distributed Run Lola Run in a few West Coast states and counties such as California, Nevada, and Oregon, even though this second-tier independent film company is unable to reach overseas markets. However, Run Lola Run has not yet been released in the central and eastern parts of the Federation, and even in Canada in the north. So, if this box office momentum continues, Ronald Goldberg suddenly shuddered slightly, and almost dared not think about it anymore. Many things in the past few months also emerged in his mind. After Simon Westeros completed Run Lola Run, the first person he contacted was Fox Films. After the film received rave reviews at the Sundance Film Festival, Westeros was still inclined to give the distribution rights to Fox. Until the film finally won the award at the Sundance Film Festival, Fox still had a chance to get the film. However, all these opportunities were missed. Now, God, what did I miss? Leaning back in his chair and thinking quickly for a moment, Ronald Goldberg pressed the call button on the landline on his desk, and his assistant soon came in again. Say hello to David Giler and the others. I need to watch a sample of The Butterfly Effect this afternoon. Also, Simon Westeros's other script, what's it called? The assistant reminded skillfully, Final Destination. Yes, it's Final Destination. Contact WMA and send the script over. Also, Simon Westeros. Ronald Goldberg pondered for a moment. Before he made a decision, the assistant took the initiative to say, Mr. Goldberg, Simon Westeros is currently in Arizona, participating in the filming of a movie invested by De Laurentiis Entertainment called Bloody Night. Ronald Goldberg was immediately confused. Is there anything special about this movie? No, the assistant shook his head and said, however, the director of the film is Kathryn Bigelow. During the filming of Run Lola Run, Kathryn Bigelow served as Simon Westeros' assistant director. He should be returning a favor. Hearing the assistant's words, Ronald Goldberg's mind flashed with a question of who Kathryn Bigelow was, but he did not ask any more questions. He just waved his hand and said, in that case, forget it for now. Go do what you just did. No matter how surprised, embarrassed, or regretful the Hollywood Film Company executives who had the opportunity to obtain the distribution rights of Run Lola Run were, the amazing box office data of Run Lola Run in the first weekend still spread quickly and appeared on the important pages of many evening newspapers that afternoon. P.S. The next chapter will be at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 67, Touching Porcelain. Money is always the element that can most stimulate the senses of ordinary people. Compared with film reviews that are more professional and personal, ordinary people often judge the quality of a movie based on its box office figures, and people are more likely to be attracted by the box office figures of a movie. The box office miracle created by Run Lola Run with 207 screens in the first weekend was naturally quickly pushed to the newspaper pages by major paper media that are very good at guessing readers' minds. Moreover, the news of Run Lola Run has generally left the entertainment section this time and entered the current affairs section with higher attention. Due to life and reading habits, the development of Los Angeles evening newspapers has been mediocre. In recent years, the evening newspaper Los Angeles Herald, which is increasingly declining under the Hearst Group, directly pushed the box office information of Run Lola Run to the front page of the afternoon in order to attract the audience's attention, and also brought in a heavyweight to back it up. With an average of $26,000 per theater, Run Lola Run completely defeated Stallone's new film. Last Friday, the film Run Lola Run, directed by rookie director Simon Westeros, opened on a small scale in West Coast states and New York. Prior to this, Simon Westeros, a rising star in Hollywood who was only 18 years old, had caused widespread controversy and discussion in the media. Run Lola Run lived up to expectations and received high praise from film critics after its release. With the release of the 4-day box office data for the President's Day weekend, Run Lola Run even surpassed Sylvester Stallone's new film Up Next with the first weekend box office data of $5.51 million, and achieved a good result of 4th place in the 7th week of the weekend's box office rankings in 1987. However, the comparison of various data between Run Lola Run and Up Next is even more surprising. Run Lola Run cost $650,000 to make, while Up was co-produced by Warner Brothers and Canon Pictures at a cost of $25 million, 38 times the budget of Run Lola Run. Run was shown on 207 screens, while Up was shown on 1,758 screens, 8.5 times the scale of Run Lola Run. Against such a huge contrast, Run Lola Run easily surpassed up with $5.51 million at the box office, and the average single theater data reached a staggering $26,600, far exceeding all other films of the same period. It can be foreseen that, relying on its excellent reputation and high popularity, as Orion Pictures pushes Run Lola Run to the broader Central and Eastern markets in Canada, the box office miracle of Run Lola Run has just begun. This mini, ultra-low-cost independent film is likely to become the first film in 1987 to break the $100 million box office in the next 6 months. At the same time, facing the failure of both word of mouth and box office of Up, Hollywood should perhaps reflect on the rising cost of film production again. The content of this report in the Los Angeles Herald was almost a focus of the West Coast media that afternoon, and even in the following days. With the media's one-sided discussion and even ridicule, Stallone, whose fame experience is inspiring, was even reduced to a tragic example of the former wave died on the beach. It was the most lively party period before the Oscars awards season, and the media reporters and tabloid paparazzi would naturally not miss this great opportunity. Since they could not find Simon Westeros, another central figure in the incident, for a while, they all focused on chasing and intercepting Stallone. Stallone's current status is obviously not something that can be shaken by the failure of a movie. Facing the pursuit and inquiries of the media, Stallone also tried his best to maintain his demeanor and basically responded appropriately. However, even clay people have their tempers. After being chased by a group of people for several days, before a party in Beverly Hills, Hollywood on Thursday evening, Stallone was so angry that he simply ignored the paparazzi because of his sharp questions. But the paparazzi was not willing to give up and stopped in front of Stallone to ask questions. Unable to bear it any longer, Stallone raised his hand to push the paparazzi away. Then, it was obvious that Rocky was possessed. With Stallone's gentle push, the paparazzi fell to the ground and fainted. Although many people can see that this is an obvious fraud, such hot news, this is all about sales, who cares what the facts are? So, the next day, the media was full of news like Stallone was so angry that he knocked out the paparazzi. The cause of the whole incident is very clear. So it seems that a bucket of gasoline has been poured on the hot topic of Run Lola Run again. Time quickly entered the second week of the release of Run Lola Run. Although the distribution operation was accelerated as much as possible, the number of screens for Run Lola Run in the second week only increased to 265, which was mainly due to the increase in screening halls by the theaters that had signed the screening contract. The contracts signed by Orion Pictures with these theaters can only get 43% of the box office share. Simon can get 15%, and Orion Pictures can get 28%. Now that Run Lola Run is so popular, Orion Pictures is naturally unwilling to take this share ratio, so it is still negotiating with other theaters. Of course, since it is a fixed share contract, even if the share ratio obtained by Orion from the theater increases in the future, it has nothing to do with Simon. However, Simon is very satisfied with the current situation. After all, if he cooperates with the 7 majors, even if he can talk about the share, Simon is likely to only get about 10%. What's more, Simon still retains the distribution rights of Run Lola Run and all other channels outside the North American theaters. With the great success of the film at the theater box office, the subsequent sale of copyrights can naturally obtain more lucrative returns. On the other hand, the first week box office of Run Lola Run was also released in this hot film, and the final figure was fixed at $6.97 million, which still tightly suppressed Stallone's Up. Compared with the data of the 4 days of the weekend, it was closer to the third-place Swim and Squid. Many media have begun to speculate on the specific box office prospects of Run Lola Run. With the current reputation and popularity of Run Lola Run, combined with the operating mode of long-term distribution and multiple rounds of screenings in this era, the survival cycle of the film in North American theaters is likely to reach about half a year. 6 months, about 26 weeks. Run Lola Run can reach $6.97 million in the first week with a scale of 207 screens. Combined with the reputation and popularity of the film, as well as the box office curves of some popular Hollywood films, the media generally predict that the final North American box office of Run Lola Run is likely to reach an astonishing $150 million to $200 million. P.S. Next chapter, 5 p.m. Sorry for the late update. I woke up early and found that the red axis that I had used for several years was broken. I looked at Sogao's typing record, 6.9 million in 3 years, and I feel a little emotional when I think about it. Chapter 68 Incident Movie. Coolidge, Arizona. When Run Lola Run was first released, despite the media's praise, most of the crew still thought Simon was just a young man with a little more talent. However, as the box office data of the film came out, everyone looked at Simon with a different look in the last few days, even Kathryn. The first week box office was $6.97 million. Such data, in 20 years, may not even be a fraction of the first week box office of a super blockbuster. But in the 1980s, especially when the number of screens for the film was only 207, it was enough to shock many people. You know, in 1986, among the 451 films released in North American theaters, less than 90 films had a total box office of more than $6.97 million. In other words, in this era, more than 80% of Hollywood's films each year have a total North American box office of less than 1 week. Moreover, for Run Lola Run, the first week box office is obviously just the beginning. Judging from the current reputation and media attention of the film, Run Lola Run has successfully become a standard event film, which is a general term used by Hollywood to refer to films that have achieved social response in box office data far beyond expectations. Before Run Lola Run, only films such as The Exorcist, Star Wars, Jaws, and The Alien could be called event films, but Star Wars and other films are still Hollywood standard commercial films. Although Hollywood also has successful films with similar low costs such as Mad Max, the total box office of Mad Max in North America was only more than $8 million, which was considered impressive, but it was far less than the miracle of Run Lola Run, which had a box office of more than 10 times the production cost in the first week. Now, Run Lola Run is equivalent to creating a precedent in advance for low-cost, high-grossing films similar to Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity in the original time and space. In addition, what makes some people even more frightened is the prediction of some media on the box office prospects of Run Lola Run $150 million to $200 million. It is still a box office figure that will not seem too special in 20 years. However, in North America, even if we count Platoon, which was only expected to break 100 million but actually did not, only 5 Hollywood movies achieved a North American box office of over 100 million in 1986. Among them, Top Gun, which made Tom Cruise a world-class superstar, only had a North American box office of $176 million. So, let's look at Run Lola Run now. The total box office expectation of $150 million to $200 million in North America means that if the Hollywood movies released next year are not very competitive, the North American box office champion in 1987 may be taken by an independent film with a production cost of only $650,000, 18 years old, $650,000. The first movie in life. The North American box office champion. Many people seem to be watching a legend being born. The hotel where the crew of Bloody Night stayed. The time is Saturday, February 21st. In the simply renovated screening room, several main creators of the film are watching the sample footage just shot this week. As an assistant director with a fixed weekly salary, Simon originally did not need to and was not qualified to appear in such an occasion. However, last week, Kathryn personally took him to watch the sample film. However, Simon did not have any say at that time, and basically just watched. This week, producer Edward Feldman personally spoke at noon, hoping that Simon could participate in this job, and took the initiative to mention that perhaps his position as assistant director could be changed to deputy director, just like Kathryn's position in Run Lola Run. Simon naturally did not mind helping, but he also understood that Edward Feldman wanted to use his name in the future release of the film. Although he agreed to watch the sample film together and participate in the discussion, he did not accept the other party's suggestion to re-sign the contract. In the screening room, after playing a shot of Caleb kneeling in front of May to suck her blood, Kathryn pressed the pause button and subconsciously looked at Simon sitting on the other side of the projection machine. There are still some minor problems with the lighting, but they can be adjusted in post-production, Simon said, but then he added, "It's just that I think the emotions of the two people in this shot change too frequently, and it's difficult for the audience to understand what kind of emotion you want to express." After listening, Kathryn said, "This is a progression and sublimation of the relationship between Caleb and May." Simon thought for a moment, and said, "Then it is even more necessary to convey a strong emotion to the audience here. Maybe we can do this and add an intimate scene." Kathryn listened to Simon's end maybe after joining the crew, and some inexplicable emotions arose in her heart, but she said, "I'm afraid that won't work. There is no clause regarding intimate scenes in the contract between Adrian and Jenny." As Kathryn spoke, she also looked at the producer Edward Feldman. Edward Feldman also shook his head regretfully and said, "Simon, the crew's funds are very tight. Modifying the contract will definitely cost more money, and they won't agree easily." Simon smiled and said, "I don't mean the kind that requires taking off clothes, but just the back, kissing, hugging, feeling the scorching sun and the rising sun, like a couple about to commit suicide, hiding themselves in the darkness until the last moment." As he said this, Simon picked up a pen and simply drew a sketch on his notebook. Kathryn and Edward Feldman listened carefully and soon agreed to Simon's plan and decided to shoot the previous scene. The discussion continued until the evening, and there was a sudden knock on the door of the projection room, and then Janet appeared at the door. Simon was a little surprised. Janet had not mentioned that she was coming before, so he quickly stood up to greet her. Kathryn, Edward Feldman and others also stood up. Simon and Janet hugged each other and asked with a smile, "Why do you suddenly want to come here?" Janet blinked and looked at Simon. "Don't you know?" Simon was also a little confused. "What do I know?" Janet stared at Simon for a moment, confirming that he really didn't know why, and then with a flash of cunning, she changed the subject and said, "It's not just me, Mr. Peter Sanders from Fox is here too." As she said this, Jenny gestured behind her, let go of Simon, and went to greet Kathryn and the others. Simon was not as surprised as Jenny about the arrival of Peter Sanders, the vice president of Fox, and it was easy to guess the other party's intention to come, so he just stepped forward, smiled and shook hands with the other party. P.S. These 2 chapters are a bit short, but there are more in the evening, still at 10 o'clock. I will try to write longer. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Death is Coming. Peter Sanders seemed a little impatient. After exchanging pleasantries with Simon, he suggested finding a place to chat. Simon did not refuse. After saying hello to Janet and the others, he took Peter Sanders out of the hotel where the crew was staying and came to a nearby cafe. The two sat down and ordered coffee casually. Peter Sanders said, "Simon, I came here this time because I hope to discuss the contract between you and Fox." Simon just nodded slightly and waited for Peter Sanders to continue. Peter Sanders looked at Simon's expression, paused, and then temporarily changed the subject, saying, "Simon, Mr. Goldberg arranged a test screening of the butterfly effect on Tuesday, but the effect was not very good. Several film critics on the scene felt that the movie was a bit messy." Simon gently turned the coffee that the waiter had just brought, and said lightly, "If that's the case, Mr. Sanders, I can only say that I'm sorry. However, I believe that my script is a very wonderful story, and I also believe that Brian has enough strength to present this story perfectly. Perhaps you should be more patient and wait for the film to be completed." Feeling Simon's strength, Peter Sanders, who originally wanted to control it, remembered Ronald Goldberg's instructions and had to say, "Okay, that should be it." Simon listened to Peter Sanders' tone and didn't want the other party to be too embarrassed, so he took the initiative to change his address and said, "Peter, did you just say that contract?" Peter Sanders took a sip of the coffee in front of him, put down the cup, and then answered, "Yes, Simon, we plan to exercise the priority right in the contract now and buy your script of Final Destination, and Mr. Goldberg also hopes that you can direct the film yourself. If you agree, the project can start now and the release date will be set at the end of the year." The excellence of Final Destination lies in its very novel idea, but the movie is just an ordinary blood thriller with limited box office potential. Simon does not intend to waste too much energy on this movie. Moreover, Simon has already signed his next directorial contract to Orion, and it is impossible to cooperate with Fox immediately. However, Simon did not refuse immediately, but asked, "Peter, what are Fox's conditions?" Peter Sanders hesitated, but this time he did not beat around the bush and directly quoted the price offered by Ronald Sandberg. "Simon, as long as you are willing to direct it yourself, we can give you a director's salary of $2 million plus a 10% share of the North American box office profits. This is a very generous offer, Simon." Under normal circumstances, a newcomer like you would never get a share of the profits. Moreover, I can reveal to you that your contract is exactly the same as the salary of Brian, who directed The Butterfly Effect. He is a famous director for a long time. In addition, the script is offered at $300,000, and you can enjoy the same profit-sharing terms as union members. Simon nodded slightly this time. The conditions offered by Fox were still quite sincere. In this era, except for a few people like Spielberg at the top of the pyramid, the highest salary of other first-line directors is only about $5 million. Fox's conditions are also a recognition of his filmmaking ability in Run Lola Run. You know, in Hollywood, where the film industry is already very developed, the studio's assessment of a filmmaker's ability is still very accurate based on the work. If Simon now accidentally gets a high box office with a film like The Blair Witch Project that has no technical content, then the film company will definitely be amazed, but unless they want to try their luck and use the popularity he has accumulated in The Blair Witch Project. Otherwise, no studio will be willing to issue him a director's contract, not to mention the current salary plan that is already a quasi-first-line director. Speaking of which, this is also the result Simon hoped to see in the first place. Although thinking so, Simon could only shake his head regretfully and said, "Sorry, Peter, I have signed a director's contract with Orion, which is actually a condition for Orion to release Run Lola Run for me." Peter Sanders didn't know what to say for a while after hearing this. If Fox had known that Run Lola Run could achieve the current box office results, it would definitely be willing to sign the same contract with Simon. What a pity. There have always been countless ifs in this world, but there is only one result. Peter Sanders is not clear about the specific details of the distribution contract signed by Simon and Orion. However, due to several consecutive contacts, the content of the contract is not difficult to guess. Since Simon's conditions have been agreed, Orion will definitely maintain its share of the North American box office at around 30%. So, even if calculated based on the total box office of $150 million in North America for Run Lola Run, Orion will be able to obtain a box office share of $50 million in the future. As for the cost of publicity and distribution, according to Peter Sanders' observation, the box office of Run Lola Run is basically supported by media hot discussions and audience word of mouth, and Orion Pictures' expenditure in this regard is pitiful. Even if Orion Pictures takes the initiative to increase its investment in publicity and distribution in order to obtain more profits in the later stage, it will never exceed $10 million. In this way, Orion Pictures will get a net profit of $40 million just for theatrical distribution. $40 million. This is obviously still a very conservative estimate. However, the entire Fox Films did not make a profit of $40 million last year. In other words, Fox Films' film business last year was simply a loss. As the vice president of Fox Film, Peter Sanders knew very well that the best box office performance of the movies released by his company last year was only Alien 2 with $85 million. Moreover, among the 16 movies released throughout the year, there was definitely no box office that exceeded $100 million, and only 5 of them exceeded $10 million. Among them, 12 were in the red. The parent company News Corporation has even discussed reducing the budget for this year's film business. Peter Sanders is now just glad that it was Ronald Goldberg who finally made the decision to reject Run Lola Run. Otherwise, he would probably have to pack up and leave in the next few months. Seeing that Peter Sanders didn't say anything, Simon continued, "Peter, to be honest, I actually have no interest in directing Final Destination myself. However, if Fox wants to get this script now, I also have my own requirements. I want to be the producer myself. P.S. Not in good condition, still short. Next chapter, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Chapter $71. Hearing Simon's request, Peter Sanders almost blurted out, "Do you know what a producer does?" Ordinary people's impression of Hollywood filmmakers is often that they are big stars or big directors. But in fact, since the rise of the American film industry in the early 20th century, Hollywood has always been producer-centered. Except for a few directors and stars who are strong enough, in most cases, the one with the most power in a crew is usually the producer, who is the final decision-maker in the direction of a film's creation. Even those strong directors and stars who want to exert their influence on a film often need to be nominally named producers, which means that the producer-centered system has not been broken. Simon looked at Peter Sanders' changing expression, waited patiently for a moment, and then said, "Peter, I know what you are thinking. However, since I have a completed run Lola Run, I can naturally do Final Destination well. Moreover, there is definitely no one in Hollywood who knows better than me what kind of movie Final Destination should be made into." Peter Sanders calmed down a little and said, "In this case, Simon, why don't you be the director yourself? Orion should be able to accommodate. Because it's not worth it. I want to focus my main energy on the movies I am more interested in. However, Final Destination is my script, and I also hope to be able to control the production of this movie myself." Peter Sanders thought about it, still shook his head, and said, "Simon, you should know the situation in Hollywood. Fox will not give control of a movie to a young man like you." Simon shrugged indifferently. "In this case, perhaps other film companies will agree to do so." Peter Sanders was a little speechless. The contract signed by Simon and Fox was ultimately just a priority option. With a box office explosion of Run Lola Run, Simon's fame is flourishing. There will definitely be film companies in Hollywood that will break the tacit understanding of the option contract for the sake of profit. If other studios agree to let Simon personally control the film, but Fox is unwilling to follow up, then they can only choose to give up. Fox has already given up Run Lola Run. If it gives up Final Destination, if the film is still very successful in the future, then Fox will definitely become a laughingstock in Hollywood. After hesitating for a moment, Peter Sanders said, "Simon, what are your conditions? Including production, screenwriting and other work, I only need a basic salary of $1, Simon said, and without waiting for Peter Sanders to respond, he continued, "However, after the film is released, I need to take 10% of the North American box office share and 5% of the video sales share. The operating cycle of the TV broadcast rights is too long, so I don't want this." When he heard Simon's proposal of a basic salary of $1, Peter Sanders was already surprised. When Simon finished talking about the subsequent conditions, Peter Sanders' expression had turned to astonishment. This little guy is really bold to ask for a lion's mouth. Peter Sanders heard clearly that what Simon wanted was not a profit share with a lot of room for maneuver, but a direct share of the box office revenue and the commission of video sales. In the whole of Hollywood, Spielberg was probably the only one who dared to offer such conditions. After being stunned for dozens of seconds, Peter Sanders said, "Simon, this is impossible." Simon looked at Peter Sanders, who was about to pop his eyes out, made a gesture to calm down, and said, "Peter, in fact, I have asked someone to make a simple budget assessment according to my ideas about this project in advance. Give Final Destination to me, and it can be done with $8 million. As for the publicity and promotion costs, of course, it's whatever you say. Besides, I don't have the energy to calculate a break-even point of Final Destination. So, let's keep it simple. The future North American box office will be calculated based on $16 million, which is twice the production cost. As long as Fox ensures the release date, number of screens and publicity and promotion investment, if the North American box office of the film is less than $16 million, I will only get a basic salary of $1. If it is higher than $16 million, my salary will be paid according to the conditions just mentioned." Peter Sanders calmed down a little after hearing what Simon said. However, thinking of the expected box office of Run Lola Run in North America, which is likely to be more than $160 million, he quickly shook his head and said, "Simon, if you want to get the profit-sharing conditions you just mentioned, $16 million is definitely not enough, at least $50 million is needed." Based on the information in his memory and the popularity accumulated by Run Lola Run, Simon's North American box office expectation for Final Destination is indeed $50 million. However, in this world, movies have always been the most difficult business to predict success or failure, so he naturally would not set such a high threshold for himself. Moreover, according to the production cost of $8 million for Final Destination, as long as the North American box office can reach $10 million, Fox can easily achieve profitability through subsequent overseas distribution, video sales and TV broadcasting rights income. Simon's guarantee of $16 million is already very high. Peter, if I remember correctly, among the 16 films released by Fox last year, only 5 of them grossed more than $10 million. Others include Kate Capshaw's Space Station, which had a budget of $20 million and a North American box office of $9.69 million. Sean Connery's The Name of the Rose, with the same budget of $20 million, grossed $7.15 million in North America. The Manhattan Project, with a budget of $18 million, grossed $3.9 million in North America. Look, you have invested a lot of money in so many junk projects. Why are you unwilling to spend a little less money to invest in a very secure movie? When Peter Sanders heard Simon suddenly mention space station, the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't know if the young man did it on purpose, but he immediately retorted, "Simon, no one can guarantee that the movie will be successful before it is released." Simon nodded and said, "Of course, Peter. But I can guarantee that if the movie is not successful, I will only ask for $1, not $5 million. Peter Sanders insisted, "Simon, there are actually many people in Hollywood who are willing to take only $1 for an opportunity." According to the box office performance of Run Lola Run, let's go back 3 years, Top Gun in 1986, Back to the Future in 1985, and Beverly Cop in 1984. So, do you think Tom Cruise would be willing to take $1, or Robert Zemeckis would be willing to take $1, or Eddie Murphy would be willing to take $1? Simon stared at Peter Sanders, and after saying this, he stood up and said, "Peter, this is my condition. You can discuss it with Mr. Goldberg, and it's best to give me an answer next week. By the way, the hotel has been booked by the crew. If you want to stay tonight, I can have someone help you prepare a room." After Simon finished speaking, he asked the waiter to pay the bill and turned to leave. Peter Sanders did not stand up, but still sat in the cafe frowning and thinking. He came here at this time on Saturday afternoon. In addition to discussing the contract of Final Destination with Simon, he actually had the intention of building a relationship with this rising Hollywood rookie, so he originally planned to stay in college for 2 days. However, recalling Simon's strong attitude during the conversation, Peter Sanders realized that it didn't make much sense for him to stay here. As for the conditions proposed by Simon, Peter Sanders calmed down and realized that the other party's contract was not excessive strictly speaking. Although he was still too young, although he had just made a movie, and although the success of that movie was also due to some luck. But the expected box office of Run Lola Run was really amazing. Even if this movie didn't win the North American box office champion this year, as long as it broke 100 million, Simon would be qualified to make the offer just now. Peter Sanders also understood that relying on the popularity accumulated by Run Lola Run, it would be easy for Final Destination, a horror movie with novel ideas and strong commerciality, to achieve a North American box office of $16 million. Moreover, even if the expectations were higher, the North American box office of Final Destination reached $50 million, and Simon only got a share of $5 million from the box office. Sean Connery's salary for participating in The Name of the Rose was $5 million, and the domestic box office of that movie in North America just exceeded $7 million, but Fox lost money. Of course, there is also a 5% share of video sales, which is also an offer that cannot be underestimated. In the basic agreement of the Writers Guild, screenwriters can only extract 0.3% of the sales share from the video revenue of a movie in the later stage. In the past 1986, the video sales revenue of Hollywood movies has successfully exceeded the North American box office revenue. Coupled with the fact that popular horror movies are generally more popular in the video market than other types, Simon's 5% offer may be equivalent to 10% of the box office revenue in the future. But one thing that Peter Sanders cannot ignore is that Simon's offer is entirely based on the premise of ensuring Fox's profitability. To be fair, this is fair. Peter Sanders is just finding it difficult to accept that an 18-year-old boy is going to break into the top of the Hollywood pyramid so soon and become a class on par with himself. This is really too hard to accept. P.S. Next chapter, at night. Chapter 71. What a coincidence. Saguaro National Park west of Tucson, Arizona. It was already the evening of the next day. The sun was setting. Simon leaned against the front of the Chevrolet SUV, smiling as he watched Janet holding up a camera and taking pictures with interest around several 7 or 8 meter tall saguaro cacti not far away. Simon was pulled up by the woman early this morning. The two drove out of Coolidge and headed north to the famous Grand Canyon National Park, where they had a great time the whole day. When they returned in the afternoon, Janet was obviously still not satisfied and clamored to see the saguaro cacti, so they came here. In total, the two drove more than 700 kilometers this whole day, crossing most of Arizona. Feeling that Simon was looking at her, Janet quickly ran back and said, "What a big cactus. I really want to take one home. It must be cool to plant it in the yard." Simon imagined the cool scene of a 7 or 8 meter tall cactus appearing in his yard, and said with a smile, "I don't know if it's cool, but someone will definitely cause trouble for us. Well, after a day of fun, should we go back?" Janet threw the camera in the car, turned around and climbed onto the hood again. Simon looked at Janet sitting on the hood, patted her calf, and said, "Sit tight, I'm driving." Janet smiled and pulled Simon, saying, "Little boy, you get on too." Simon didn't refuse, and sat on it with a push. The hood of the Chevrolet SUV is very wide, more than enough to squeeze 2 people. Simon sat on the hood, leaning against the front window, looking through a few tall cacti, looking at the sunset that was about to sink into the horizon at the edge of the endless wilderness, and unconsciously gave rise to some inexplicable emotions. Janet came over like a cat, touched Simon's cheek, and said, "Little boy, do you think I'm too clingy?" "No." Simon shook his head and said, "I still like this feeling." Janet lay down, resting her head on Simon's shoulder, and whispered, "Actually, I don't want to, but I can't help it." "And, do you really not remember what day it is today?" Simon thought about it, but still shook his head. Janet reached over, took out the wallet from Simon's coat pocket, opened it, and showed it to him. Simon carefully looked at the driver's license in front of him for a few times, and then said, "So it's your birthday? I forgot." Simon didn't care much about his birthday in his previous life, and he didn't take it to heart after his rebirth. He didn't expect Janet to remember it and even rushed over from Los Angeles. He was a little moved, and put his arms around the woman, slightly forceful. Janet came over cooperatively, and they kissed each other. After a while of entanglement, they separated, but Janet was still clinging to Simon, and reached out to touch his cheek again, saying, "After today, I can't call you a little boy anymore. In fact, I wanted to prepare it carefully. But since you don't care, I won't prepare it. I always think it's silly to blow out candles on a cake." Simon just smiled, feeling Janet's soft body, and suddenly remembered something, saying, "Come to think of it, I don't know your age yet. Come, show me your driver's license." "How rude, asking a lady's age." Janet patted Simon on the body, but she took out a card from her pocket and handed it to him. "Here." Simon took it and held it in front of his eyes to look at it. Dub. February 22, 1968. Something seems wrong. So he raised his driver's license again. Dub. February 22, 1968. Janet also leaned over to look at it, and then said in surprise, "Wow, what a coincidence, our birthdays are exactly the same." "Yes, what a coincidence." Simon looked helpless, turned the woman over, and slapped her on the buttocks twice. "It hurts, so violent." Janet smiled and twisted her body to get back her driver's license. Simon never cared about Janet's age. He just asked casually. Since the woman didn't want him to know, he didn't pursue it. After rebirth, Simon found that he didn't care about too many things. Although he tried very hard to do something. But deep down, he had an indescribable alienation and indifference to everything around him. Janet put her face on Simon's chest, listened quietly to the man's strong heartbeat for a while, and suddenly murmured, "Little boy, I love you, do you know that?" Simon looked at the fiery clouds left after the sunset in the sky, nodded and said, "I know. But, I also know you don't love me." Janet continued to murmur, raised her hand and pressed it on Simon's heart, and whispered, "It's so cold here, I really want to help you melt it." Simon hugged the woman and said, "It's getting dark, let's go back, you can try hot compress at night." "It's not funny at all." Janet gently hit Simon and whispered, "Actually, I really want to know everything about you, but you certainly won't tell me, right?" "Yes." Janet rubbed her face gently on Simon's chest and said, "Little boy, no matter what, I will not be a burden to you. But you have to promise that even if you don't love me in your heart, you will always accommodate me, pamper me, and indulge me like this." "Of course, I will." Simon nodded, and said, "But I think it's better for you to be my bond. Without a bond, I will probably go and destroy the world." Janet chuckled when she heard Simon say that, and said, "Little boy, do you know what my dream has been since I was a child?" "What?" Janet raised her head, looked into Simon's eyes, and said seriously, "To destroy the world like those villains in the movies." Simon showed a lingering fear expression, and said, "Fortunately you are too lazy, Otherwise everyone would be in trouble. Janet curled the corners of her mouth, put her hands back on Simon's chest, and said, "But now you can help me fulfill this dream. This is a bit difficult. Besides, the world is bad enough, let's just let it survive on its own." Janet's tone suddenly became a little more stubborn, and she insisted, "No. Or, let's change to a less difficult goal. How about conquering the world first?" "Yes." Simon smiled and looked up at the sky that was about to darken, and said, "Then, before we conquer the world, should we go back quickly? This is a wilderness, and I don't even know if there are wolves in Arizona." "Haha." Janet chuckled, but she hugged Simon to prevent him from moving, and said, "No, I haven't stayed here long enough." Simon pinched Janet's delicate face indulgently, and said, "Well, it's your birthday today." Janet opened her mouth and bit the finger that Simon stretched out, then said, "Simon, there is one more thing. Regarding the contract we signed at the beginning, there will be a lot of money this time. I've thought about it and I can't take it. You just have to return the $400,000 to me." Simon did not answer, but asked in return, "Have you calculated how much money Orion can make this time?" Janet nodded, then pouted and said, "Just the box office, they may be able to get $50 million US. Even the money for copies is paid by us. Orion didn't invest much at all. It's too cheap for them." Simon traced Janet's lip line with his finger to stop her from pouting, and said with a smile, "But I don't think they got too much at all, because this is what they deserve. If I had chosen to cooperate with a Big Seven, I would never have been able to get the conditions offered by Orion. Similarly, you invested that money in the beginning, and you deserve the share in the future." Janet looked over again and said, "But I always feel that this is a bit unfair to you. You have done the most, but got the least." Simon leaned forward slightly, kissed the woman on the lips, and said, "Without you, I can't even do these things. So, this is fair. And, it's not just money, I actually get much more than you think. Remember Sanders who left last night? The butterfly effect is still in production, and the income I got from it, including the share in the later stage, may not even be $500,000. But this time, if the final conclusion can be negotiated, I can get more than $5 million US. Look, this is what I got." Janet finally nodded. "Well, in that case, I'll take the money." Simon thought for a moment and said, "Before you take it, let me use the money for a while. This time it's a loan, and I won't share it with you if I make any money, okay?" "Yes." Janet nodded, and then said, "What are you going to do?" Simon looked at the woman and smiled. "I suddenly remembered that Kathryn said you graduated from Columbia Business School. Do you know how to play stock index futures?" This year happened to be 1987. In Simon's memory, the most profound impression of this year is undoubtedly the collapse of the U.S. stock market. In this case, it would be completely unreasonable not to take advantage of such a good opportunity to accumulate some capital for himself. "Yes, I made some pocket money when I was in college," Janet heard Simon say, her eyes flashed smartly, without any laziness in her usual gaze, looking at him with bright eyes, and said, "Now many people have begun to enter the market, so, North America and Tokyo, which side do you plan to bet on?" Simon looked at Janet, whose temperament had suddenly changed, stretched out his hand and pinched her little nose, and smiled. "We won't bet on either side, let's wait a little longer. However, since you are so interested, you can help me with the operation when the time comes." Janet opened Simon's hand, leaned lazily on him again, and said, "I won't help you, it's so tiring. Many of my former classmates are on Wall Street, so let them come when the time comes." "Well, I can help you watch it. However, Simon, things like stock index futures, unless you can predict the future, no one can be sure. It really is the upper hand that makes the lower hand work." Simon pinched the woman who was born with a rich destiny in his arms and said, "Maybe I can really predict the future." Janet suddenly became interested again and asked, "Do you know when humans will become extinct?" Simon was stunned and shook his head honestly. "When will the asteroid like that 65 million years ago visit the Earth again?" Simon continued to shake his head. "What about World War III?" Simon still shook his head. Janet curled her lips and said, "Tisk." Simon felt the woman's mind full of desire for destruction, stretched out his hand and gestured at her slender white neck, and said with a smile, "Jenny, I think it's too dangerous for you to stay on this planet." Janet pushed her neck towards Simon's hand and said, "Yeah, strangle me to death." Simon naturally wouldn't use force, retracted his hand, and said, "Since you are talking about this, Jenny, I hope the more money this time the better, so you go back to Los Angeles tomorrow, take our contract with Orion to the bank for evaluation, and borrow some money as soon as possible." Yet, Janet nodded, but then turned and looked at Simon again, with a little cunning in her eyes, and said, "I'll write the IOU for you. This time it's a large amount, remember to come back and put your fingerprints. I've been thinking about whether I should default on a debt like some people do." "I want you to default on a debt." Janet stretched out her finger and tapped Simon's heart, saying, "In this way, you will owe me for the rest of your life." Simon's tone immediately became firm. "Forget it, it's not bad after all. Haha." Seeing that the surroundings had completely darkened, Simon didn't plan to stay in the wild any longer. He jumped off the hood, reached out and picked up Janet's light body and carried her to the passenger seat, and drove hurriedly back to college in the north. P.S. The next update will be tomorrow morning. Chapter 72, Seeking Medical Treatment in Desperation. After Peter Sanders hurriedly returned to Los Angeles on Saturday night, Simon did not hear any news from Fox for 3 days. This result was not unexpected by Simon, as his experience in Hollywood was still too shallow. A young man under the age of 20 not only demanded high profit-sharing terms from a major film company, but also demanded absolute control over film production. This kind of thing has never happened in Hollywood. However, with the box office success of Lola Run, Simon no longer lacks options like he did a few months ago. While helping the crew of Blood and Blood, Simon also privately made some plans for Final Destination, which is very suitable for the Halloween schedule at the end of the year. From the end of February to the end of October, the 8-month preparation, production and publicity cycle also seems to be just right. Therefore, Simon does not intend to tie himself to Fox. If Fox Pictures does not respond before the weekend, Simon plans to release the news and seek other partners. At the same time, with a continued fermentation of popularity and word of mouth, the box office of Lola Run in the second week of its release not only did not fall, but increased again. From February 20th to February 22nd, in the 3 days of the second week, due to the increase in the number of screens, Lola Run still achieved a 21% increase in box office revenue compared to the first 4 days of the first week, reaching $6.69 million. Then, after the following 4 working days, the second week box office of Lola Run finally reached $9.56 million, second only to Platoon's $11.1 million, successfully jumping to the second place in the North American box office rankings of that week. The 2 films released by the company occupied the top 2 positions in the single-week box office rankings at the same time, and the North American box office of both films is expected to exceed $100 million. Orion Pictures was in the limelight for a while. A film like Lola Run, which has become the focus of the entire federal topic, naturally has no obstacles to its subsequent release. Mike Madawa, president of Orion Pictures, originally planned to expand the scale of the film screening as soon as possible, but after a detailed telephone conversation with Simon, he quite agreed with the concept of hunger marketing proposed by him. In the end, Orion still did not rush to significantly increase the screening scale of Lola Run in the third week, but only increased the number of screens to 536, and the relevant theaters were still concentrated on the west coast of the United States. Many years later, after a movie was released for 3 weeks, either its popularity had faded or pirated resources were everywhere, and it was meaningless to continue to increase the screening scale. However, in the mid-1980s, the speed of information dissemination was far less rapid than in the Internet era, and film and television piracy was not as rampant as it was later. The multi-round screening mechanism from metropolitan areas to small towns still existed, and many small towns in the third and fourth tiers often took 1 or 2 months to see some blockbusters. Therefore, the 3-week word-of-mouth accumulation did not seem long for Lola Run, but only increased the audience's expectations. On the other hand, Simon waited patiently until Friday, but Fox Films still did not give any response, so he called Jonathan Friedman and entrusted his agent to leak the news that he was looking for partners for Final Destination. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. The time was Monday, March 2nd. Ronald Goldberg, president of Fox Films, walked into Morton's restaurant, where Hollywood filmmakers often dine, in the evening. As soon as he entered the door, he felt that many people who were originally dining there were looking at him with different eyes. Although he felt a little awkward for some reason, Ronald Goldberg still said a few words to the waiter, who came over as if nothing had happened, and then was taken to a table. At the table, there was already a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was a little bald, not good-looking, and had the same standard Jewish big nose. However, no one in the entire restaurant would look down on the other person because of his appearance. The middle-aged man was Barry Diller, the current chairman and CEO of 20th Century Fox. Noticing Ronald Goldberg coming over, Barry Diller, who was originally reading a newspaper, immediately stood up, smiled and took 2 steps forward to shake hands with him, and then the two returned to the table and sat down. After casually chatting and ordering dinner, Ronald Goldberg glanced at the newspaper in front of Barry Diller. It was a copy of the Los Angeles Herald, and there was a striking butterfly illustration on the page. As an evening newspaper that was also more inclined to the dynamics of the Hollywood industry, Ronald Goldberg easily determined that the illustration should be related to the butterfly effect. Barry Diller followed Ronald Goldberg's gaze and glanced at the newspaper in front of him, and asked, "I heard that the preview of this movie was not very good." Ronald Goldberg said with some hesitation, "Everyone thinks the story is complete and exciting, but the few film critics who participated in the preview don't like it very much. They think the plot of the film is too scattered and the main line is not clear enough." Barry Diller also frowned slightly when he heard this. In this era, the most direct impression of ordinary people on a movie is the newspaper review. If the critics give a bad review, it will undoubtedly hinder the audience's enthusiasm for entering the cinema. After thinking for a while, Barry Diller asked, "What are you going to do?" Ronald Goldberg said, "We will hold an internal audience preview on Wednesday, and make some adjustments depending on the situation. Then, I plan to schedule it on Easter. You know, that movie Run Lola Run, maybe it can take advantage of its popularity." Ronald Goldberg said this with obvious bitterness in his tone. A week ago, Peter Sanders brought back Simon's various requirements for the Final Destination project from Arizona, and Ronald Goldberg was almost angry to laugh. That young man was really bold. Ronald Goldberg has worked in the media industry for 30 years and has never seen a guy who dared to put forward such conditions to a film company. Does he think he is Spielberg? So Ronald Goldberg simply chose to ignore the other party. However, with the news that Simon Westeros was looking for a partner for Final Destination again over the weekend, and the box office data for the 3 days of last weekend came out this morning, Ronald Goldberg became hesitant again. Putting aside the news released by Simon Westeros, as long as Fox does not give up voluntarily, the other party will not be able to reach a cooperation with other film companies. However, the box office data of Run Lola Run in the past 3 days has really attracted many people's attention. In the third week of opening, the number of screens increased to 536, but the single theater box office of Run Lola Run in the 3 days of the weekend still reached $20,110. According to a report from within Hollywood, due to a series of recent media hot discussions, Run Lola Run has not only attracted the interest of audiences of all ages, but also formed a trend of watching movies among young audiences. These young people think that Run Lola Run is a very cool movie, so they generally choose to watch it repeatedly. The report results even show that the scarcity of theaters has stimulated the interest of many people to line up for tickets to watch the film. In the end, in the third weekend, the box office of Run Lola Run reached $10.78 million, easily suppressing New Line Cinema's A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, which opened this week with 1,343 screens, and strongly won the top spot on the weekend's box office rankings. So far, the total North American box office of Run Lola Run has reached $27.31 million. This box office figure alone is far beyond the reach of most Hollywood movies. Moreover, since it has already topped the weekend's box office rankings, it is easy for Run Lola Run to maintain its championship position for a long time in this off-season. The first place is always the most popular. Run Lola Run has already been a very popular topic. If it continues to maintain its position as the weekly box office champion, it will definitely attract more people's interest in the film, and then form a virtuous circle. The box office of the film has reached $27.31 million in 2.5 weeks. Then, if the cycle continues, the final box office of this film is likely to be even better than the general expectations of the media. Ronald Goldberg's thoughts came to this point, and he didn't even want to continue thinking about it. Regret it. The waiter brought the dinner to the table at this time, but Barry Diller did not pick up the cutlery. Looking at Ronald Goldberg opposite, he didn't know what to say for a while. Barry Diller and Ronald Goldberg have known each other for 20 years. It was Ronald Goldberg, who was still working in the production department of ABC, who promoted Barry Diller, which led to Barry Diller's success in ABC TV network and Paramount Pictures. 3 years ago, Barry Diller was driven out of the company by Martin Davis, the jealous chairman of Paramount's parent company. It was with a recommendation of Ronald Goldberg that he was able to serve as the chairman and CEO of 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox is in charge of Fox TV network and Fox Pictures. Ronald Goldberg single-handedly promoted his former subordinate to his immediate superior. This is 2 times of kindness. Therefore, Barry Diller has always been grateful to Ronald Goldberg. However, as the head of Fox Pictures, Ronald Goldberg has run the film company to a mediocre level. Fox Pictures has not had a movie with a North American box office of over $100 million for 3 consecutive years. Due to their deep personal relationship, Barry Diller would never drive Ronald Goldberg out of the company, and he even rarely interfered with Ronald Goldberg's management of Fox Film. But both parties knew that if the situation continued, the company's major shareholder Rupert Murdoch would not tolerate Fox Film to continue to be so tepid. After a moment's silence, Barry Diller said, "Ronald, I've heard about that young man and the news that came out over the weekend." Ronald Goldberg smiled bitterly and said, "Barry, do you think I should agree to him? He's just a young man who's not even 20 years old, but he put forward harsh conditions that even Spielberg wouldn't easily ask for. Isn't there a prerequisite?" Barry Diller said, $16 million US. Although this guarantee is a bit low, if the production cost is only $8 million US, Fox will definitely be able to make a profit. Ronald Goldberg said, "If it's just that, of course we can talk about it. But he also requires absolute control over the project. He has the final say on the director, actors, filming, and final editing. How can I be at ease? I just watched Lola Run this afternoon," Barry Diller said. "For an 18-year-old young man, it is definitely an outstanding movie. So, Ronald, if you can be sure that Lola Run was really completed by him personally, perhaps you can agree to it." Ronald Goldberg was still a little hesitant, that's for sure. "But, Barry, you know, this has never happened in Hollywood. This can just be used as a promotional point in the future," Barry Diller said with a smile, just like his age of 18. "Speaking of which, this is really a very wonderful movie marketing. If he was not 18 years old, this movie could only get a box office of 10 or 20 million US at most. But now, it can get 100 or 200 million US. If the relevant marketing plan is also planned by that young man, it will be amazing. So, Ronald, I suggest you try your best to win over this young man to Fox Film. Maybe you will get the second Spielberg." Ronald Goldberg listened to Barry Diller's words and of course understood that the other party meant well. He has always admired Barry Diller's vision and ability, otherwise he would not be willing to be under him, and naturally attached great importance to his advice. Moreover, Ronald Goldberg is more aware of his current situation. If the situation of Fox Film cannot be improved as soon as possible, he will not only have to pack up and leave after the contract expires next year, but it will also be difficult for him to find a comparable job in other studios in the future. Although it felt a bit desperate to win over a young man who had just made his mark in Hollywood, the famous Hollywood directors either had very stable film companies to work with or had a lot of contracts that they couldn't finish. Ronald Goldberg simply couldn't have more choices. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll talk to him as soon as possible." Chapter 73 Dong Dong Dong. With the release of Lola Run, Simon found it difficult to stay in the Night of the Dead crew these days. Because more and more media reporters have appeared in the small town of Coolidge. At first, it was only local reporters in Arizona. Later, media people from surrounding states such as California, Nevada, and New Mexico began to rush in, and they surrounded the crew, either seeking interviews with Simon or directly following the crew. Many times, when the crew was shooting at night, flashlights would suddenly light up around them, and the results can be imagined. Although there is no evidence, Simon is basically sure that this incident is likely to be provoked by Edward Feldman, the producer of Night of the Dead. The other party's purpose is also obvious, in order to increase the exposure of the Night of the Dead crew. In the first few days, Edward Feldman was obviously very excited about the appearance of reporters, and he took the initiative to accept an interview with a reporter from the Arizona Daily Star. During this period, according to the news spread within the crew, De Laurentiis Entertainment Group, the investor of Night of the Dead, has been on the verge of bankruptcy due to the continued deterioration of its financial situation. Due to the sudden popularity of Lola Run, Edward Feldman or the senior executives of De Laurentiis Entertainment obviously regarded the Night of Blood in which Simon participated as the last straw, hoping that the future income of this movie could alleviate the company's difficulties, so they took the initiative to reveal the fact that Simon was in the crew privately. Now, the name of the Night of Blood has indeed begun to appear frequently in many newspapers with the help of Lola Run, and it has also attracted much attention for a while. However, Edward Feldman obviously did not expect that since most of the scenes of the Night of Blood were outdoor scenes, the crew did not have enough manpower to completely close the shooting site in the wild, and a large number of reporters surrounded the crew every day, and this movie could not continue to be filmed. A parking lot on the west of the town, the time was also Monday, March 2nd. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. Today's shooting was an explosion scene, in which the male protagonist Caleb drove a tanker truck into a vampire, and then the tanker truck exploded. The crew had spent the entire weekend preparing for this scene. Simon had planned to leave last Friday, but he stayed until now to help Kathryn prepare for this difficult set of shots. In the parking lot, he and Kathryn checked the layout of each place again. Simon gave Kathryn an encouraging look, raised his hand and pointed to a place not far away, and said with a smile, "You start, I'll go over there and watch." Kathryn nodded, watching Simon walk towards a group of reporters who were stopped outside the isolation line at the edge of the parking lot, and then began to order everyone to take their positions. On the other side, Simon came to the onlookers and saw someone holding up a camera. He quickly made a gesture and said loudly, "Guys, this set of shots is worth at least $100,000. If it is destroyed by the flash again, the crew can only send you a lawyer's letter. So, everyone put down the camera. Okay, I can chat with you for a while." After rushing to college to wait for more than a week, this young man who has caused heated discussions throughout the Federation has never had direct contact with the media. At this time, when Simon said that he could chat with everyone for a while, although they knew that he was watching them so as not to interfere with the next shot, the reporters still gave up the idea of taking pictures and took out their recorders. A quick-witted reporter asked loudly, "Simon, I heard that you only got $500 a week for this movie. Is this true?" Simon stood in the isolation line and smiled when he heard it. "I just came here to help. The salary doesn't matter." The reporter immediately added, "So, you are really pursuing Kathryn Bigelow?" Simon was not surprised to hear this question. These days, more than one newspaper has speculated about the relationship between Simon and Kathryn. Simon could only feel helpless about it. At this time, he shook his head and said, "Of course not, I already have a girlfriend. You know, Kathryn is the assistant director of Lola Run. We agreed to help each other at the beginning, so I am here." Hearing Simon admit that he already has a girlfriend, the reporters became more excited. Celebrity romances have always been the most popular entertainment news for gossip lovers. Simon's fame now exceeds that of many big stars, and his age and appearance are destined to interest many female readers. So, this time almost everyone started to ask, "Simon, can you tell us who your girlfriend is? Simon, tell me about your girlfriend. Simon, is it Sandra Bullock? Simon." Simon felt a lot of buzzing in his ears, raised his hand to suppress it, and said, "Sorry, I don't know if she is willing to be noticed by you. So, I can't tell you for now." The reporters were naturally unwilling to give up, and continued to ask questions in different ways. Simon had actually been feeling the movement behind him. With Kathryn's action, he raised his hand to make a pause gesture to everyone, and then turned to look inside the studio. Under the gaze of many eyes, there was a loud bang, and a huge orange-red flame rose from the extended tanker. However, despite the alarming sound, Simon knew that this kind of explosion was actually very safe. Standing more than 10 meters away from the tanker, Simon only felt a very gentle gust of air rushing towards him. Carefully observing the several camera positions set up in advance, Simon confirmed that everyone was busy with their work in an orderly manner, and then he felt relieved. About 10 minutes later, Kathryn in the field finally made an okay gesture to Simon from a distance. "There will only be this set of shots tonight." Since it was successfully completed, Simon naturally did not have to deal with the reporters behind him anymore, and walked towards the set. The reporters came back to their senses from the explosion just now, and found that Simon was walking away. They all shouted to keep him, and some wanted to catch up, but were stopped by the staff who had been prepared on the sidelines. The 10-minute shoot took 3 days of preparation in the early stage, and more than 2 hours of subsequent finishing. After everything was done, the crew returned to the hotel. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning on March 3rd. After saying goodnight to everyone and washing up, Kathryn sat on the bed in the hotel room in her pajamas, feeling the quietness around her, but she didn't feel sleepy for a while. So she picked up her director's notebook and leaned against the head of the bed to open it. There was a line of words on the title page: An Adventure of Caleb, A Rebirth of May. This is what he said. Blood Corpse Night started shooting in late January. He didn't follow the crew at that time. She led the crew alone to start the first 2 weeks of shooting. Then, although she was reluctant to admit it, she found that she was far less comfortable than him. Even though she had made very careful preparations, she still felt confused when the filming of the movie really started. In the first 2 weeks of shooting, she always wondered what he would do if he was shooting this shot. Then she found that she couldn't imitate him at all. He knew exactly what effect he wanted and had enough confidence to give orders to the staff directly. But she had to be very cautious and seriously discuss most of the details with other main creators of the crew. Because she was not as good at photography, lighting, scenery, editing, music as he was. He seemed to know a lot of things besides movies. He was the illegitimate son of the goddess of wisdom. Although he said that he didn't need to help at first, everything seemed to go smoothly after he joined the crew. Feeling her confusion about the character creation and the main plot of the film, he helped her summarize the sentence on the cover of the notebook. An Adventure of Caleb, A Rebirth of May. In his opinion, the core of the story and characters of Blood Night should revolve around these 2 points. After being enlightened by him, she gradually sorted out a lot of things. When she was in the crew of Lola Run, she only helped him do some trivial logistical work. In the crew of Blood Night, he was like a patient teacher who personally held the child's hand and helped him learn to paint little by little. Whenever there was a problem, he would always say in a suggestive tone, "Maybe it can be like this." He seemed very patient. She did benefit a lot from it during this period. However, she knew very well how strong his desire for control was. Perhaps, he had thought of kicking her, a stupid woman, out of the director's position and doing it himself countless times. Little bastard. He must have thought so. Thinking so unreasonably, he realized that he would leave tomorrow. The crew would soon switch to normal daytime shooting, and there would still be a lot of outdoor scenes. He continued to stay in the crew, surrounded by a large group of media reporters, and the shooting could not go on at all. Alice. She sighed softly in her heart. With the great success of Lola Run, he was already a first-line director in Hollywood anyway. The North American box office was expected to exceed $150 million. No one would deny his ability and status for being able to do this. The down-and-out boy who first met on the bus last year seemed to have left everyone far behind in the blink of an eye, leaving her only to look up to him. With these thoughts flashing in her mind, she suddenly wanted to go over and talk to him. He lived next door to her. However, even if she had no other intentions, she immediately gave up the idea when she thought of those media reporters. Although it was already past 3 in the morning, no one could guarantee that those reporters who would do anything crazy for the news would still be waiting outside. The hotel was in an open concave shape, with more than a dozen rooms facing the wide road. Anyone entering or leaving any room would be easily seen. If they were discovered, it would be completely unclear. During this period, many media had already started to spread gossip about her and Simon. She occasionally read a few articles and felt strange in her heart. She was a little worried about Jenny's reaction, but she could only pretend to be indifferent in front of others. So she sighed again. She was still not as good as Jenny. She caught the man she wanted lazily, but she was only timid. Thinking of this, she suddenly had some small impulses. So she raised her hand. Gently knocked on the wooden wall. Dong dong dong. Her heart also accelerated with a dong dong dong. However, wait for a moment. There was no response on the other side. She felt a little disappointed, and couldn't help but feel a little rebellious. She raised her hand again. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, a voice came from next door, with an obvious smile. "The night is long, and I can't sleep. Madam, do you need me to break through the wall?" The strange tone of reading a poem. The sentence was translated from somewhere, and it was teasing, which made her blush immediately. When she heard him say that he wanted to break through the wall, her heart was lifted again, and she blurted out, "You dare?" Then go to bed obediently. It's so late, I thought there were mice. You are the mouse. You have been patient for so long and didn't dig a hole. You are obviously a very gentleman mouse. Pa. Okay, stop making trouble and go to bed quickly. So she lay down with some inexplicable satisfaction, pulled up the quilt, and turned off the desk lamp. Thinking of his voice like coaxing a little girl, she still whispered, "Little bastard." Chapter 74. You're finally back. Simon only rested for less than 5 hours and got up early at 8 o'clock the next day. In order to save time, he did not plan to drive back this time. The crew would hire a designated driver to send the SUV back to Los Angeles. After a simple breakfast and saying goodbye to everyone, Edward Feldman, the producer of The Blood and the Dead Night Crew, drove him to Phoenix Airport. Due to the time difference, it was only 9 o'clock in the morning when he arrived in Los Angeles. Los Angeles International Airport. Simon got off the plane and walked all the way to the arrival hall, looking around. Last night, he called Janet to pick him up, but he didn't expect that Jonathan's assistant Owen Wright would show up at this time. Owen Wright also quickly found Simon and hurried over. Without a greeting, he handed him a pair of sunglasses and said, "Simon, you'd better wear this." There were not many people in the arrival hall at this time. Before Owen Wright continued to remind him, Simon had already seen 7 or 8 guys with cameras jogging towards this side. Some people even couldn't wait to raise their cameras and press the shutter. A series of flashes suddenly lit up around them. As the noise came from this side, many pairs of eyes in the hall were also cast over at the same time. Although it was the first time in his 2 lives that he had encountered such a situation, Simon was not flustered. He put on his sunglasses, picked up the suitcase that was originally pulled behind him, and hurriedly walked out of the hall with Owen Wright. The paparazzi saw Simon and Owen quicken their pace to leave, and trotted up again, surrounding the two tightly from front to back, and continued to take pictures while asking questions. "Simon, can you stop and say a few words?" "Simon, Lola Run won the box office championship last weekend. Tell me what you think." "Simon, I heard that you are looking for a partner for your new script, and you are offering a 10% share of the North American box office. Do you think this is possible?" "Simon." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the chaotic questions, Simon just lowered his head in silence, and together with Owen Wright, he squeezed through the gap between the paparazzi and slowly moved out, not daring to use too much force. He had heard the news that Stallone was touched by paparazzi in Arizona, and he didn't want to encounter such a bad thing just after returning to Los Angeles. After arriving at the parking lot with some difficulty, the two got on the car. It was not until they drove into the highway around the airport that Simon breathed a sigh of relief, but soon found that the paparazzi were all following Owen Wright's car. Owen, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, looked up at the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Simon, how does it feel to be famous?" Simon told the truth, "I kind of want to hit someone." You'll get used to it in the future. There are actually very few people like this. You came back suddenly, so it must be the reporters in Arizona who contacted you on a temporary basis." Owen stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed of the car before continuing, "Miss Johnston originally planned to pick you up, but when she was about to leave, she found that her house was surrounded, so she had to call Joe, and then I came." Hearing this, Simon immediately asked with concern, "What's going on?" Owen made a calming gesture to Simon, who was leaning over from the back seat, and said, "Didn't you tell the reporters last night that you had a girlfriend?" Simon was surprised. "I didn't mention Jenny's name, and how come you even knew it so quickly? With thousands of newspapers in the entire Federation, how can sales be achieved without speed? But don't worry, those paparazzi basically abide by the rules. As long as Miss Johnston doesn't go out, there will be no problem. After a few days, the news about this incident will be almost spread, and the paparazzi blocking her door will disperse," Owen explained, and then asked, "Simon, where are you going now? I suggest that you better not go to Miss Johnston's place, because that will only bring more paparazzi over." Simon thought about it and decided that since Jenny was blocked at home, there must be someone waiting outside his villa in the Montana area. After thinking for a moment, Simon made a decision and said, "Let's go to the WMA headquarters. By chance, I also have something to talk to Joe about." Owen nodded and said, "Joe actually wants to talk to you as soon as possible. In the past month since you left, especially in the past 2 weeks, there have been all kinds of people seeking cooperation, requesting interviews, inquiring for information, and so on. They can't find you, so they can only contact us. Joe is almost driven crazy. Even I have to block dozens of calls about you every day." Although Simon had already clearly felt the changes around him in Arizona, he smiled and said after hearing what Owen said, "It's not that exaggerated, right?" Owen looked at Simon through the rearview mirror again and said, "It seems that you are obviously not very clear about your current situation. Simon, Lola Run has a good chance of winning the North American box office championship this year. Just think about how glorious Tom Cruise was after the box office success of Top Gun last year. Now, it's the same for you." Simon noticed a paparazzi on a motorcycle outside the car window, operating the camera with one hand with great difficulty and taking pictures of the car window in vain. He nodded, stopped talking, and began to think about the next things again. More than 20 minutes later, Owen parked his car in the parking lot in front of WMA headquarters. Before the paparazzi surrounded them again, the two hurried into the WMA headquarters building. It was the busy time when people just started working, and the WMA headquarters building was full of people. Most people were puzzled when they noticed Owen Wright walking in with a young man. As some people who recognized Simon took the initiative to greet him, everyone quickly realized Simon's identity, so they either nodded in greeting or took the initiative to chat. When they arrived outside Jonathan Friedman's office in such a lively atmosphere, the agent had already come out to greet him. "Simon, you're finally back." After greeting, Jonathan walked up to Simon and hugged him. After letting go, he patted him on the shoulder. Then he took him into his office in the envious eyes of other WMA employees and customers around him. After entering the office, Jonathan motioned Simon to sit on the sofa in the reception area, but he turned behind the desk and took out a thick stack of folders from the filing cabinet. Simon watched his agent busy, but did not go to the reception area. He came to his desk and pointed to the landline on the table, saying, "Joe, I want to call Jenny first." Of course, Jonathan nodded in understanding, put the folder on the desk, pressed a button casually, and said, "You call first, I just need to go out for a while. The mailroom just said that there is a document that needs my personal signature." Simon smiled and watched the agent leave the office, then picked up the phone and dialed Janet's number. After being together for so long, Simon also found that Janet was a person who hated answering the phone. The other end beeped for a long time before someone picked up the phone and hummed lazily. Simon smiled and said, "Jenny, it's me." Hearing Simon's voice, Janet on the other end of the phone was alert, but immediately began to blame Simon for attracting a lot of paparazzi to her. After chatting for a long time, under the woman's obsession, although he knew that rushing to Malibu would definitely attract more paparazzi, Simon finally promised Janet that he would rush over as soon as he finished talking to Jonathan. After hanging up the phone, Jonathan, who had obviously been waiting outside for a while, pushed the door open and walked in. The two of them sat down in the reception area, and Owen Wright brought in 2 more cups of coffee. After Owen left, Jonathan handed Simon the folders one by one, saying, "Simon, these are some documents and memos related to you in recent weeks, from the media, from the studio, and from other filmmakers. I told you some of them on the phone, but you'd better take a look in person." Simon nodded in response and even opened a folder and glanced at it. Jonathan waited for Simon to flip through a few pages of the document, and then handed over 2 more scripts, saying, "Also, the screenwriter named Nora Ephron that you asked me to find out more about happens to have 2 scripts under her name. One is a crime comedy called The Devil Wears Prada, which I think is pretty good, but it has already been bought by Warner Brothers. The other is a romantic comedy called When Harry Met Sally, which has a very unique plot structure, but perhaps it is too far away from the mainstream, and no studio has taken a fancy to this story yet." Simon took the 2 scripts and flipped through them casually with a smile on his face. Jonathan looked at Simon's expression, and then handed over the last folder, saying, "Finally, about Final Destination, after you asked me to release the news, in recent days, Warner, MGM, Columbia, and second-tier companies such as Canon and New Line have all inquired about this matter. Although no definite response was given, the heads of these companies all expressed their hope to talk to you in person." Simon took the last folder and opened it, which was Jonathan's assessment of the possibility of cooperation between Warner and other companies on the Final Destination project. After a quick glance, Simon also put the document in front of him, then looked at Jonathan and said, "Joe, I think we should talk about the new contract first." Simon and Jonathan had signed a simple script agency contract for 3 years. But now, Simon has risen rapidly in Hollywood with Lola Run. If the two want to continue to cooperate, the original contract is definitely no longer suitable. Jonathan piled this large stack of script documents and memoranda in front of Simon, which not only showed that he had invested enough energy in him, but also reminded Simon that they needed to renegotiate the contract. Therefore, when Jonathan heard Simon take the initiative to speak, he just smiled and nodded, waiting for him to continue. Simon is not a stingy person, so he naturally won't let Jonathan take the commission of the script agent to do the work of a comprehensive agent. However, considering his development plan for the next few years, Simon is unlikely to sign a profit-sharing contract with Jonathan again. After reorganizing his thoughts, Simon said, "Joe, I thought about it before I came back. Next, I hope we can sign a fixed salary contract for 3 years, $500,000. What do you think?" When Jonathan heard the conditions offered by Simon, some disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he did not speak for a while. Simon noticed the change in Jonathan's expression and realized that there was ambiguity in his words just now. He quickly explained, "You misunderstood, Joe. It's $500,000 per year, not $500,000 for 3 years. Jonathan still knew about the income Simon would get from Lola Run. From some details he knew, Simon's personal income from the distribution of Lola Run in various channels in the future would definitely not be less than $20 million. It is understandable that he was unwilling to sign a profit-sharing agency agreement with him for such a huge sum of money. However, initially, Simon only gave him a fixed salary of $500,000 for 3 years. Although this offer was not too low strictly speaking, if Simon insisted, in order to maintain cooperation with the boy in front of him and to gain opportunities for his other clients, Jonathan would agree to it, but his disappointment with Simon was inevitable. Now, with $500,000 a year, Jonathan Friedman immediately had no dissatisfaction. In this era, only a small number of first-line stars can earn $5 million, and these people often only take on a starring film once or twice a year. Therefore, on average, the commission they bring to the agent each year must be less than $500,000. Simon's offer is equivalent to putting himself directly in the position of a first-line star who earns an average of 1 full-paid film a year. Although he had a hunch that the young man's annual income in the future would definitely be more than this, as an agent, Jonathan also knew that he could not ask for more. With a smile on his face, Jonathan readily extended his hand to Simon and said, "Then, happy cooperation." Simon also extended his hand to the agent and said, "Happy cooperation." There was no rush to change the contract, and Jonathan immediately began to explain the series of documents just now to Simon in detail. However, less than half an hour after the conversation, the phone on Jonathan's desk rang. He gestured to Simon to wait, walked over to answer the phone, talked to the other party for a few words, then covered the microphone, quickly whispered Goldberg to Simon, and then continued to talk to the other party. Simon did not stand up, but quietly listened to the conversation between Jonathan and Ronald Goldberg, president of Fox Film. After a while, after hanging up the phone, Jonathan said to Simon, who had roughly understood the situation, "Goldberg wants to invite you to have lunch at noon. And, listening to what he just said, Fox should agree to your terms." Jonathan said this, and there was still some disbelief in his expression. 10% of the North American box office share, 5% of the video sales share. It was incredible that Fox actually agreed to such harsh conditions that even Spielberg would not rashly propose. Although Jonathan was doing his best to communicate with the film company for Simon, he originally thought that it would be very rare for Simon to finally get half of the conditions he proposed after bargaining. Chapter 75 First. Ronald Goldberg only expressed his intention on the phone, but it was not finalized. In order to avoid another tug-of-war at noon, or even a stalemate, Simon simply rejected the other party's lunch invitation and asked Jonathan Friedman to attend on his behalf. Agents often play a buffering role between filmmakers and studios. Near noon, Jonathan rushed to deal with Ronald Goldberg's invitation. Simon borrowed a car from WMA and still brought a group of paparazzi back to the villa in the Montana area. There were paparazzi squatting in front of the villa. Simon drove the car into the parking space in front of the villa. After getting off the car, he was still a little worried that the paparazzi would pounce on him. Fortunately, this group of people just stood on the road outside the lawn of the villa and took pictures crazily. Some people also tried to communicate with him, but naturally to no avail. Taking out the key to open the door, Simon listened to the dense clicking sound behind him and made up his mind to change his residence as soon as possible. The open community and the front house backyard residential layout in the United States made it difficult for him to feel safe. If he continued to live here, he would have no privacy at all. After entering the living room and putting down his suitcase, Simon immediately noticed that the message indicator on the phone was flashing. He walked over to take a look and found that the message box was full. He pressed play and the voice of Mike McDowell, president of Orion Pictures, came out. There was no business, just a few casual greetings, hoping that Simon would call him back after he got home. The second call was from Ron McMillan. Ron congratulated the recent box office of Lola Run and asked Simon if he was free recently. The people who participated in the filming of Lola Run wanted to hold a party to celebrate the big sales of the film. Simon had to rush to Malibu. After listening to the two messages, he realized that the next call would not be very important, so he let it play automatically, pulled up his suitcase and turned to the study. This villa did not even have a home security system installed. Simon did not plan to come back to live next time, so he planned to take all the important things away this time. After taking out the clothes from the suitcase, and carefully sorting out the manuscripts, notes, and newspaper clippings that he had accumulated over the past 6 months, Simon returned to the living room with his suitcase. Sandra was on the phone, complaining about the R rating for Lola Run. Simon was in Arizona when the rating for Lola Run was determined. He was very depressed for a while after hearing the news, but now he was relieved. Movies are a business after all, and commercial competition is never peaceful. Since Simon rejected the Big Seven and chose Orion, he should be prepared to be easily cheated. Moreover, after the cheating, everyone still has to continue to talk about business. This is the way of the world. Leaving the Montana area, Simon continued to ignore the paparazzi following him and drove to Malibu. Arriving at Janet's mansion near Malibu's Point Dume Park, Simon saw more than a dozen paparazzi guarding the narrow asphalt road. The paparazzi who came with Simon were also chasing after his car. They had just parked their cars in the public parking lot outside the community. Parking is currently prohibited on this asphalt road in the community. Simon originally thought that if the paparazzi drove after him, he should ask someone to tow their cars away. Judging from the situation, he still underestimated these guys who were obviously battle-hardened. While the paparazzi behind him had not approached, Simon quickly got out of the car and squeezed past the paparazzi who had surrounded him in the dense shutter sounds. He pressed the intercom button several times, and returned to the car without waiting for Janet's response. He put on sunglasses and let the paparazzi around him put their cameras close to the front window of the car and took a lot of photos. Inside the mansion, Janet was wearing a homely sweater and jeans. She was holding a large bowl and stirring it while she spoke coquettishly to the phone clipped around her neck. "Mom, I know, I'm not a child. How can this be? Anyway, don't let Anthony and the others come over, don't let Dad come over, and don't let Bingshan come over. You don't want me to break up with my boyfriend so soon after I finally found him. Haha, if you don't call her Bingshan, why not? You've been calling her that for so many years." Oh, the doorbell rang. It must be Simon. I'm going to open the door. That's it. Bye, love you. After saying this so quickly, Janet put down the large bowl in her hand, threw away the microphone, and ran out of the villa. Outside the mansion, the black sliding iron gate slowly opened. Simon still ignored the paparazzi who were even blocking the front of the car. He slightly stepped on the accelerator and slowly moved into the yard. The paparazzi insisted on following the car to the door. Seeing that Simon's speed was still slow and steady, and he was not worried about hitting anyone, they had to retreat. The car entered the yard and the closed iron gate closed again. After getting out of the car, Simon glanced at the row of cameras above the iron gate that were holding up to take blind photos of the yard. While taking the luggage from the car, he said to Janet, who was hiding in a blind spot, "The gate is good, better than the fence gate. It would be perfect if it could be a little higher." Janet smiled and said, "I'll call the workers to replace the gate later." Simon shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's just right now. It will look ugly if it's higher." As he said this, Simon hugged a stack of folders he brought back from WMA, pulled his suitcase and hid where Janet was standing. Janet reached out to take the stack of documents, and the two walked into the villa. As soon as they entered the villa, Janet raised her chin slightly and gestured around, saying, "How is it here?" Simon looked at the simple decoration and warm colors in the villa, listened to the faint sound of waves lapping from the terrace, nodded, and said, "It's very good, I don't want to leave now." Haha. Janet smiled and put a stack of documents in her hand on the coffee table, saying, "Then marry me quickly, and then half of this place will be yours." Simon glanced at Janet up and down and said, "Only half?" "Yes." Janet came over and hugged Simon, and changed her tone softly, "It's all yours, even me." Simon lowered his head and pecked the woman on the lips, saying, "Help me find a study first. Before I find a house, I will probably have to live here. It happens to be able to accompany you. I'm still very worried about a lot of paparazzi staying outside." Janet let go of Simon and took him to another room, but said with some dissatisfaction, "Why do we still have to find a house? Isn't it good to live here?" Simon shook his head and said, "I'm not used to it." Janet pouted, "Humph, male chauvinism. This has nothing to do with any doctrine. Lions won't live in someone else's territory. How can you, a kitten, understand that?" Okay, I'm a kitten," Janet said, not wanting to argue with Simon. She took him to a room facing the sea and said, "How about this?" Simon looked around and saw a very spacious study room. To the east was a wall of bookshelves, on which were placed various handicrafts. Next to the bookshelves was a large desk. To the south was a French window leading to a terrace, on which was a set of sofas for sunbathing. Not bad, it would be nice to have another phone. Yes, Janet pointed to the cabinet under the bookshelf and said, "Look for it. There's a phone interface in the cabinet, just install it and you can use it." "That's all." Simon nodded, put the suitcase next to him, and said, "Have you prepared lunch? I was planning to bake a small cake. There are not many things left at home, so I can only do this." Simon pushed Janet out and said, "That's it for now. Let's have someone buy some things for us in the afternoon." After a simple lunch, Simon went into the study and started to work. Since Lola Run was much more successful than expected, Simon also planned to replan his next development. Before that, he must first build a team dedicated to serving him. Simon now only has an agent and a private lawyer. Jonathan Friedman and George Norman are enough to take up these two positions around him. But this is far from enough. In addition to his agent and private lawyer, Simon also needs a dedicated public relations manager to deal with media issues. To manage his personal assets, Simon also needs a reliable financial manager, and for Deanery's Pictures, Simon also wants to find a professional manager with sufficient qualifications, and finally, there is the issue of security. Although he doesn't like people always following him, at least when he attends public events, having bodyguards around him can definitely help him fend off many problems. There are so many things. Simon spent the whole afternoon calling some of the contacts he has accumulated over the past 6 months, either seeking referrals or asking for experience, and occasionally making judgments based on some information in his memory, which seems very cautious. He also has to be very cautious. Take the financial manager for example. Simon remembers that more than one Hollywood star was cheated into bankruptcy because of the wrong person in this regard. After several considerations, Simon even canceled the plan to hire a financial manager and only planned to find an accounting firm to help himself and the two companies in his hands deal with account details and tax issues. As for the management of personal assets, there is no rush for this. Besides, although his wife is lazy, she graduated from a legitimate business school after all, so she can definitely use a little whip occasionally. During this period, Jonathan Friedman also called and said that he had talked to Ronald Goldberg. Fox basically agreed to Simon's proposed profit-sharing terms and absolute control over the project, but Fox also required that the minimum box office guarantee for Simon's share be increased to $20 million. Only when Simon agreed to this could the two sides continue to negotiate the specific details of the contract. The difference between $16 million and $20 million is actually not that big. Simon understood that Fox did this just to save some face, so he did not insist and agreed readily. Time always flies when you are busy, and before you know it, the sun has set. Janet was originally helping Simon with his advice, but she lost interest in less than an hour and sat on the sofa on the terrace with a lot of documents and materials he brought back, reading them with relish. After hanging up the phone again, Simon glanced at the contact number of a public relations company called PMK in front of him, and felt quite interesting, because the boss of PMK was Pat Kingsley, a famous public relations queen in Hollywood. The most famous client under Pat Kingsley's name is naturally Tom Cruise. Of course, in Simon's memory, stars such as Jodie Foster, Al Pacino, and Will Smith are all Pat Kingsley's clients. As for why Tom Cruise's cooperation with the other party is the most famous? Obviously, because Cruise's public image is too difficult to maintain. Pat Kingsley has done this job perfectly for more than 10 years. In the original Time and Space, in 2004, Cruise fired Pat Kingsley and rashly appointed his sister to be in charge of public relations. As a result, the former Tom Cruise soon became a clown jumping on the sofa. Just as he was about to call PMK to make an appointment, Simon heard Janet, who was curled up on the sofa, suddenly laughed foolishly. Looking over, Simon also smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Janet raised a script in her hand and still smiled. "Haha, this is so interesting." With that, Janet simply stood up, ran to Simon and sat down in his arms, showing him a page of the script, and said, "Simon, how about you make this for your next movie? You have to let me see the script first." Simon held Janet's little hand that was still shaking because of too much joy and looked at the script in front of him. It turned out to be When Harry Met Sally, and the most memorable part of the story. Harry and Sally were having dinner in a restaurant and suddenly discussed the question of whether a woman's reaction in bed was true or false. Harry insisted that it was impossible for a woman to be false in bed, at least he had never encountered it. Sally despised this very much and screamed in bed in front of everyone in the restaurant. Simon looked at the short plot description in the script, but the relevant scenes immediately emerged in his mind. Due to the superb performances of Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal, this plot did not seem obscene at all, but instead made people feel a sense of laughter. I also remember an old lady who, after Sally's excited shouting, pointed at the food in front of her and told the waiter, "Give me one like her." The effect was even more hilarious. However, this detail was not in the script in front of me, and it should be a temporary performance by the director during the filming. Simon made a mark on the script with a pencil to remind himself to add this part in the future. He also asked Janet with interest, "You were not pretending in bed, were you?" "Oh, how is that possible? You are so good." Janet leaned towards Simon and saw him draw a 5-pointed star on the script. She said, "Simon, I really like this story." Simon nodded decisively and said, "Shoot." "Haha, you are so nice." Janet turned around and kissed Simon on the lips, and put her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling, and said, "How about we try it now? You observe carefully to see if I am pretending." "No need, in fact, I am still very confident." Janet pulled the collar of Simon's jacket and said, "You men are so arrogant." Simon smiled and didn't say anything. He casually flipped through the script in front of him and said, "But, Jenny, this is a love movie, not suitable for my next movie. Even if I want to shoot it, I will probably only be a producer." "Yes," Janet nodded, and simply turned around in the chair to face Simon, helping him straighten his collar that had just been tangled by her, and said, "Well, Simon, what's your next movie going to be? You don't want to be a producer forever, do you?" Simon put his arm around the woman's slender waist and said, "For the time being, I'll be busy with Final Destination, and maybe this one. As for my next movie, I won't tell you yet. However, in order to maintain the popularity I gained from Run Lola Run, first of all, it must be even more amazing." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.